that wind onto that ice, it definitely would have been absolutely terrifying. And also for those first responders that knew that they had inside of 60, 90 seconds to get to that airplane.
All right, Paula, we're so glad to hear that no one lost their lives and everyone is expected to be okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, now let's talk about how all this happened. The plane was attempting to land in high winds, and CNN's Tom Foreman is in D.C. at the Magic Wall to help illustrate what exactly went on here. Tom, we mentioned those strong winds. Paula saying she'd never seen so much snow being picked up by these winds there in Toronto. Give us some sense of what that might have all looked like.
Well, investigators have to look at all of this, Sarah. They have to look at those 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Some say we could have gone higher. They have to look at the temperature at the time. The wind was coming in this way. The plane was landing that way. So if we were to look at the plane in this fashion and say it's trying to hit a runway that runs like this, well, the gusts were coming in at it from roughly this angle. And again, we don't know entirely how strong they were at that moment or if there was a rogue gust, but many things could have happened here. This could have worked its way under this wing because they're doing maneuvers to avoid that, and it could have tipped it up. The plane could have been coming in at an angle to try to angle into the wind, which is a common maneuver that pilots do, and then adjusting on the ground. The way they do that, and something could have gone wrong there. It could have slid on something, or it could have gone off the hard top in some type. In any event, if they had a failure of the landing gear on one side, if they touched a wingtip, if they simply got off the main path they needed to be on, all of those could be one reason that the plane wound up like this, and yet people did survive.
You have looked at sort of the configuration of this plane and the seats on the plane. What role do the seats on this plane potentially play here in keeping people safe?
As much as people complain about the things that don't work in regulation government, this really did work. One of the things that they require here are called 16G seats. The G is like when you hear about fighter jets, talking about G forces. It used to be 9G. Some years ago, they started requiring 16G, 16 gravitational force. What that means is that these seats, unlike previous seats, could survive an impact like this, could roll over with people strapped into them, and they wouldn't tear loose from the floor, they wouldn't collapse. This doesn't happen in every plane crash, obviously, but when the fuselage manages to stay together, they want people to be able to survive. This type of seat, required in all the planes here, made a big difference in this. According to the airline experts we've been talking about today, making it possible for people to survive an accident that otherwise might have killed them. And I say 16G, it's important to bear in mind the reason they stop at 16 gravitational force, 16G, is because any force beyond that could probably badly injure or kill you even in the seat. So this is a very high level of security, and today, Sarah, it worked.
I got to tell you, I learned something every single time you were on the air. I did not know that these seats had been upgraded that way. A lot of us are seeing these sort of thinner seats. It feels like they're tighter, but the safety of the seat is better, and that is better.
That's what you're really
for
paying
all of us.
for. Comfort is one thing. What you're really paying for is getting on the plane and coming off alive.
The same thing when it comes to flight attendants as well. They are there for our safety. Tom Foreman, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, I want to bring in Daniel Elwell, former acting administrator of the FAA under President Trump's first term. He's also a former commercial and military pilot. So thank you so much for coming on the show. I first want to let you listen to what one of the survivors said happened. And as a former airline pilot, what do you think about these comments? And if it tells us anything about what may have caused all this? Listen.
When we hit, it was just a super hard, like I hit the ground, and the plane went sideways, and I believe we skidded like on our side and then flipped over on our back. Where we ended up, there was like a big fireball out the left side of the plane. And when we got finished, it was I was upside down.
All right, so you've heard that. It hit hard, it went sideways, it skidded. They also talked about a fireball. He also talked about a fireball. Does that tell you anything of what may have potentially caused all of this?
Yeah, it does. It does inform, and the accident itself and the investigation will bear out all of these things. But what interests me is that it hit hard, which could be indicative of a lot of things. But in heavy winds and gusts like that, it's not uncommon for there to be turbulence just before you land. And I did hear when you played that tower replay that the controller said, be prepared for perhaps a bump plane in front of you or plane preceding you. And that indicates possible wake turbulence. We call it from a preceding aircraft. And all of those things, you think about the blowing snow and the icy, perhaps icy surface and the gusting winds, makes it a very challenging approach. And it is highly likely, I think, that on that landing, they briefly lost control, and it was enough to upset the aircraft and put it on its back.
Yeah, our senior correspondent and anchor here, Paula Newton, had talked about, she had just landed there and had left just before all of this happened. And she was remarking about how much the wind had picked up all the snow and sort of moved it all around. Is there a possibility that this sort of skidding, that the runway was part of the problem and helped to exacerbate the problem?
That could have been part of the issue. As Tom was explaining, when you're doing an approach to the runway in heavy crosswinds, you are pointing the aircraft into the wind, which puts the aircraft in a sideways position for landing. So you have to correct that just before touchdown, or the wheels will sort of hit sideways. And when you do that, you drop the downwind wing, the wing up wing that's pointing into the crosswind. And if on touchdown you relax, and it's very easy to do that because when you land, you tend to, okay, I got there. But if you relax the controls and don't continue to fly the aircraft and control it on center line, then if you're not really careful, especially in icy and blowing snow conditions, you could have a wingtip hit, and then that could cartwheel the airplane and put it on its back.
It's terrifying just listening to you talk about what could have happened. And then we see these images that are unprecedented. I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw a plane upside down. We have seen other scenarios, certainly, where it's broken apart, where it is heavily damaged, but usually staying right side up. I do want to ask you whether or not pilots and flight attendants train for this particular scenario where the plane has gone topsy-turvy and landed on its back.
Well, I don't know if they specifically train for an upside-down evacuation. It's a hard emergency to model in training, but I can assure you that almost every conceivable scenario, fire on one side and not the other, ripped open fuselage. There's every conceivable. We even brief and train water landings and ditching. So it doesn't surprise me, although it does make me kind of proud to see how wonderful those flight attendants handled and how the first responders were there almost immediately. And it shows you a little known fact that of all aircraft accidents, 75% survivability rate of aircraft accidents. And that's because the vast majority of them happen either on landing or takeoff. So most people usually survive, and it's because we have amazing survivability built into these aircraft when things go awry, and we have very, very proficient first responders, flight attendants, pilots. It's really a tribute to them.
Yeah, it truly is. You see some of the flight attendants helping people out, and they're smiling, and they're calm, and they're just sort of doing their job with a smile on their face, trying to reassure people as they have just been through this. The pilots and the flight attendants themselves, terrifying situation where they were upside down, and to see that everyone survived is truly remarkable. I do want to ask you this because, as you know, politics has played into what is happening at the FAA. It's played into the deadliest plane crash so far this year that happened over the Potomac. The FAA and its workers have been under a bit of attack by the president, and the administration is laying off hundreds of probationary employees. Is this a good idea right now when we know that the FAA is already lacking when it comes to the number of employees it needs? or for nothing else, the optics of it all?
Yeah, these are very, very interesting times, of course. Um, so I think the effort is to reduce the total headcount in government, and I will tell you the FAA is not immune from that. But I do know that the recent RIF, as we used to call it, reduction in force, as it applies across the government, will not apply to safety officials and safety workers at the FAA who are responsible for critical safety items like controllers and safety inspectors and mechanics. They will be exempt from whatever they're doing with the probationary employees.
Yeah, I think it was radar workers, but there is some concern that safety will be touched here. Is there anything else that you can glean from what you saw today on that runway? And can you reassure the public that it is safe to fly? It is hard for people to believe that in some sense, just looking at these pictures, though everyone did survive and expect it to be all right.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can remind the public is that it is the safest way to travel. And you've all talked about how horrific this looks, and yet 80 people walked away, some injuries, but nothing life-threatening. And you mentioned the accident we had at DCA a couple weeks ago. It was the first commercial airline crash in the United States in 16 years. That is no solace, of course, for those who lost loved ones in that crash, but it is still exceedingly safe, and the FAA is very, very good at inspecting aircraft, checking out pilots, and controlling air traffic.
Generally, more people die in car accidents than they do in plane crashes. Dan Elwell, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time for being here tonight.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
More on our breaking news. We'll discuss what investigators will be looking to as they examine this plane and the upside-down evacuations passengers faced. You're watching CNN's special live coverage.
This is CNN, World's News Network.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, Jardians, and each day stop. It was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardians may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, a little pill with a big story to tell. I love. Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you.
How are the girls?
They're amazing, Dad.
As a Capella University nurse practitioner student, you'll learn the advanced skills you need to face the nursing challenges of today and tomorrow. A different future is closer than you think with Capella University.
Psoriasis all over. I couldn't get my hair done.
Then psoriatic arthritis. Cosentyx works on both for me.
Scalp psoriasis could mean a 4 times higher risk for psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur, like tuberculosis or other serious bacterial, fungal, or viral infections. Some are fatal. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms like fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, had a vaccine or plan to, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions and severe eczema-like skin reactions may occur. Find relief that can last. Ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
How do you sleep at night? On a mattress from Mattress Firm. So I sleep.
At the President's Day sale, save up to $700 on Sealy. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night.
That moment you walk in the office and people are wearing the same gear, you feel a sense of connectedness and belonging right away. And our shirts from Custom Ink help bring us together.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
Oh, download this video. We went with the website nuts.com because nuts and dried fruit and pretzels and trail mix and gummies and espresso beans and energy squares and fudge and jelly beans and so much more.com was already taken. Get 20% off and free shipping on your first order at nuts.com.
The International Basketball Federation voted to allow professional basketball players to compete in future Olympic Games and World Championships.
I don't think I thought we would scrimmage them.
And at some point, and that contributed to this, or maybe a factor of all of those together. That's what investigators have to look at, all of those possibilities. And yeah, no matter what somebody might say, they're going to be looking at the weather, the snow, the ice, and the wind. Sarah?
Yeah, and the video of the billowing black smoke as the plane crashed, we also heard from one of the passengers saying that there was some sort of fireball. What kind of questions does that raise?
This raises a big question. As some of our airline experts have spoken earlier today, this raises another question of, was there some sort of catastrophic failure the moment they showed up? This could be the jet fuel burning off, and because it's not burning at its optimum level, there's a lot of carbon in it. That makes a big black cloud like this. Or maybe it's something else related to the landing gear. That's one of the reasons they have to look at it. All of these are little bits of evidence that they have to put together here. The one thing that they really have, which you don't always have in plane crashes, is a lot of witnesses. With everyone surviving, everybody has a tale to tell, and somebody may have seen a little something or witnessed a little something that will help them put together exactly how this came together, or if it was just a terrible combination of events coming together in a certain bad way that made this happen.
Terrifying to look at, but amazing that everyone survived. Tom Foreman, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Good to see you, sir.
All right, let me bring in now CNN analyst Peter Goals, former NTSB Managing Director, and Mary Schiavo, former Department of Transportation Inspector General. Mary, I'm going to talk to you first. You heard the survivor of the crash say the plane hit very hard as it landed. It skidded on its side, then flipped over. What kind of clues does that give you as to the potential, and I know we are a long way off from getting a preliminary cause, but a potential cause of this accident?
Well, and there are lots of clues already. I mean, starting with the air traffic control. The air traffic control gave the weather. There was also weather and winds given before, and they did give some warnings of the strength of the winds. Then the air traffic control said something that seems somewhat odd to me. It says, beware of a bump prior flight. Did that mean the prior flight reported that it was very bumpy, or were they concerned about any kind of wave turbulence? And then when they hit on the end of the runway, I mean, they were right at the end of the runway, not a ways down. That suggests that they had, a tremendous downward force. They really came down very hard, and they will be able to look at the vertical speed, the ground speed, the sink rate, meaning how fast the plane was going relative to the ground. Was it sinking? Was it bouncing? Was it rolling? That's all going to be reported. And so what it suggests to me is, sadly, winds and a very precipitous landing. Probably it would be considered not a stabilized landing to land that hard and fast. And I think inevitably the winds and the weather are going to play, and they're going to look exactly what that air traffic controller meant when they said, be careful, bump from the previous flight. Did they report that it was bumpy, or were they concerned about some sort of wave turbulence?
Peter, there is some discrepancy over the role that crosswinds may have played. Passengers describing a very windy ride, and you sort of heard, though, from the fire chief that he didn't believe crosswinds were coming at this plane as it was landing. How do you determine all of that, whether or not the gusts of wind may have been a major factor?
Well, it's a little inappropriate for the fire chief to be speculating about weather, particularly given the information that Mary's referenced, that the flight controllers gave out to the pilots, and the weather that was identified by Tom at the board. I mean, there was clearly crosswinds. The question is, was there a big gust that took this plane right as it was starting to land? Mary pointed out it landed right at the end of the runway, when it might ordinarily have been down another, couple of hundred yards. And, I think the information is in the data recorder, it's in the voice recorder, and it's going to be in the witness marks that you'll see. We'll know where the plane put down. If the wing did catch the ground, we'll see it. There will be a witness mark. This is not going to be an investigation that's going to be puzzling for years to come. We'll know what happened, and we'll know how to prevent it from happening again.
The plane almost fully intact, except for the wing broke off. As I learned, it is supposed to do, and so you have the black boxes as well, easily accessible. Mary, when you hear about this and see the black smoke, but also hear that there was a fireball. And
best viewers.
The plane flipped immediately, according to a survivor who CNN spoke to. What does that say to you?
Well, I think that fireball that was reported and that black smoke, I do think that's from when the wings came off and the fuel burning. That's not a hydraulic leak. I mean, lots of times when you have a collapsed landing gear, you have this hydraulic spray. That's not that. That is burning. There's a video floating around on the internet that shows quite a fireball. Who knows if it's accurate, truly of this incident. But I think that is fuel, and that's from when the wing came off. And again, just remarkable how fortunate it was that the wings came off and the fuselage kept going with the passengers, saving their lives, getting them out of the fireball. I mean, it's just remarkable.
Yeah, watching people stand there and help passengers get out, smiles on their faces, just trying to make sure everyone is calm, and the way in which this all happened is truly remarkable and a testament to the first responders there. Peter, I am curious about just how quickly they showed up. You see a medevac helicopter was in the area at the time, and it was minutes, seconds even. As you saw people respond immediately to this. What did you make of the response to this crash?
Well, I think there's two things. One is, the first responders at airports drill constantly for this kind of event. That they were there within minutes is exactly what they drove for. It's exactly what we as taxpayers pay them to do. We want them there in the first few minutes. And the flight attendants really want to be praised as well in what could be a terribly confusing situation. They appear to have performed really above and beyond the call. And one of the things that you saw was the flight attendant calling for a passenger to drop a piece of luggage. At this point, you've got to give up the luggage, folks, and you want to get off the plane as quickly as possible. The luggage will be there when you get back, or maybe it won't, but you'll be okay.
Your life first, your luggage second, third, whatever. Everyone needs to get off of the plane, especially because it was billowing with smoke. Look, 18 passengers, though, were injured, but there were no fatalities. What about this crash? I mean, what saved people? What were some of the things, perhaps the seats on the plane, the way that the wing came off? What were some of the safety measures that you think may have saved lives here?
Well, I think
sorry, that was to Mary. Sorry, Peter.
Well, there's so many things. The construction of the airports improved immensely. especially over the last several decades. The survivability of the interiors. Peter's a big champion and help play a role in the 16G seats, which means the seats stay intact, they stay affixed, they don't collapse one upon the other. What used to happen is the backs of the seats would collapse over on top of people. The interiors of aircraft are less flammable, they're more flame resistant, they don't catch fire as easily as they used to. And of course, the exit rule. You got to be able to get the plane empty in 90 seconds or less. That's the rate.
And it seems they manage that. Peter, thank you for making planes safer when you consider what happened here. You know, the crew is upside down, the passengers are upside down, but the seats did stay intact and people were able to get off that plane and they are all going to survive this. It is a remarkable moment, even though terrifying to watch and experience. Peter Bowles, Mary Schiavo, thank you both so much. Really appreciate it.
Good night.
All right, ahead, passengers describe the horror of the plane flipping over and then the scramble to get out alive.
We hit the ground and we were sideways and then we were upside down, hanging like that.
This is CNN, world's
Who has more subscriptions?
We're package deal, baby. And your subscription is my subscription. All right, we have about 100, but with the Experian app, they can help cancel those subscriptions that we don't even need. Download the Experian app now.
Years of hard work, decades of dedication, committed to giving back. You've been there, done that, and you're still here for more. So now that you're 50 or older and at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia and IPD, be proactive with Capvaxive, a vaccine specifically designed for adults to help protect against pneumonia, an invasive disease caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive is the only vaccine that helps protect against the strains that cause 84% of IPD in adults 50 or older, compared with up to 52% by other pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Whether you've had another pneumococcal vaccine or not, ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive.
In the middle of suburbia, this young is hoping to find a lifetime of happiness. That's promising. This is life in your own backyard. Give you Sunday like this.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you. At Capella University, you get the dedicated support you need every step of the way. Our restaurant's been in business for 17 years. American technology and innovation are a part of everything we do, from helping us attract new customers to facilitating deliveries and websites and apps. I'm really excited about what artificial intelligence can do for small businesses like ours. This game-changing technology can make us smarter and more efficient. Advancing open source AI will make our economy and Main Street stronger. Our leaders in Washington need to protect our competitive edge.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapor Cool Drop? It's sore throat relief with electric fix vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor Cool Drop.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Rose now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper. With results you can see faster. Use 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that takes not one, but two hormones to get younger with less fat. Weight loss, confidence, price. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
Marshall's buyers have a very particular set of skills. They can hunt down the latest trends. Double time is so short. And take quality very, very seriously. They're highly trained deal-making professionals who travel far and wide to hustle the best of the best for you. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshalls.
The International Basketball Federation voted to allow professional basketball players to compete in future Olympic Games and World Championships.
I don't think I thought we were scrimmaging. Best pickup game you ever gonna play in your life. It's not long, it's not dream. We're playing against our heroes. All I know is we can try we beat the dream teams. The dream team streaming exclusively on Max.
All right, we continue to follow the breaking news out of Toronto, where a Delta Airlines flight of 80 people on board crashed and flipped upside down on a snow-covered runway. At least 18 passengers were taken to local hospitals, but every single person is expected to survive. CNN's Paula Newton is joining me now. Paula, I know that you were at the airport today, just a bit before this all happened. What are you learning about the people on board and some of the injuries that they have sustained?
Yeah, so we just have some new information in from Delta. They, in fact, say that they had deployed their incident response team, but as well, they say that some of the passengers, some of those 18, Sarah, that initially were sent to hospital have now been released. And of course, that is good news. As you point out, these are non-life-threatening injuries for all 18. We had heard earlier that 3 possibly were critically injured, including one child, and we continue to look for updates on the condition of those passengers. But, Sarah, you and I, anyone looking at this video, you can only say miraculous when you look that it's flipped upside down and that the kind of injuries that we're looking at here in the main were fairly minor, people being released from hospital, and even those injuries that were more critical, they're non-life-threatening. And then look at that airplane. I want you to listen now, though, to the survivors describe what happened.
It was mass chaos. I was upside down. The lady next to me was upside down. We kind of let ourselves go and felt that hit the ceiling, which is surreal feeling. And then everybody was just like, get out, get out, get out. We could smell like jet fuel. Even now I smell like jet fuel. A lot of stress. It's amazing that we're still here.
Just feeling lucky and happy I got to give the person I didn't know sitting next to me a big hug that we were okay.
Yeah, it's a bonding moment, I'm sure. But can you imagine, we let ourselves fall? You literally have to unfasten your seatbelt and fall, and then likely crawl to the emergency exit that, flight attendants there are just doing incredible work to really ensure the safety of their passengers. Now, look, when we talk about the investigation, Canada's Transportation Safety Board will be taking the lead. Of course, the NTSB will be assisting, but usually, and as we've had analysts and some of your guests on earlier, Sarah, say, sometimes it's not just one thing. You commented that I was at the airport, the winds were strong, the snow was blowing. Perhaps that didn't have anything to do with the incident, though, itself. What is crucial here, though, is the communication, though, with the tower. I have been behind the scenes at that Toronto tower. Everyone just so diligent and competent. And it'll be interesting just to see what they were seeing on those flights that were approaching that very same runway just minutes before.
Yeah, and it's interesting to hear the air traffic control and the flight that didn't seem to be any major concern, although they said that there was going to be a bump. We will wait and see. I know the investigation takes about a month to get some sort of preliminary look at what happened there. Paula Newton, thank you so much for staying up late with us. Appreciate you. All right, I want to bring in former acting FAA Administrator Billy Nolan. He was also a former pilot for American Airlines. First, your reaction to the fact that we're now seeing another crash, this time 80 people upside down, as they describe it, like bats on that runway in Toronto, but no fatalities. What do you make of that?
Well, as most of your other guests have said, Sarah, this is strike it up as a miraculous recovery, if you will. First of all, I just tip my hat to this amazing crew, to the flight for the ability to quickly get all of the passengers off the airplane safety. As you've already noted, some minor injuries there, but overall, what we would call a good outcome based on everything that we're looking at here.
And now the critical work, begins with the investigation with the Transportation Safety Board and the lead, as noted, to say, what happened, why did it happen, and certainly, we always think about what are the things that we can do to prevent it from happening in the future. So, but the good point here is that the fuselage, the body of the aircraft is intact. They'll be able to quickly retrieve, the flight data recorder, the cockpit voice recorder. All that will be critical in just understanding those final moments of the flight just prior to touchdown.
Can you give me some sense, being that you're a pilot, what it's like to be in the cockpit when something like this goes wrong? Now, obviously, we haven't seen very many scenarios where a plane is actually flipped upside down. But when you have what is called a hard landing, as you well know, how do you handle that?
Well, yes, we train. And, as a crew, as a pilot, I past life, I spent a part of my time as a training captain where I trained all the crews. So you go through many of these scenarios about recovering from a hard landing, recovering from what we call a bounce landing, right? Some of these things that you hope that you will never see over the course of your career. And certainly over the course of my 26 and a half years of flying as an airline pilot and captain, I never encountered something of this magnitude. But it's something that you think about, and then that training really does kick in, as we see with the flight attendants of getting all of the passengers safely off the aircraft and the pilots. So the rest will just have to wait for this investigation, which, has been stated, won't take that long for us to have a pretty definitive answer as what happened in the last few seconds.
Yeah, there's so many questions. The landing gear, if there was an issue there, if it was slippery, if there was tons of wind that impacted this plane, if, for example, the plane's wing actually hit, causing it to flip over. There are so many things that the investigators will be looking at. But while I have you, politics has entered the sphere, and it always does. I want to ask you about a separate matter involving the FAA. On Sunday, the Trump administration started firing hundreds of FAA employees. The employees are newer employees that were still under probation, making it easier to let them go. Do you have any concerns about that decision?
The way I see it, having been the acting FAA administrator, having led this organization, 45,000 people, it's all we have to continually improve. But as I think about it, my understanding is that the critical roles, the air traffic controllers who oversee the flights, the people who maintain the air traffic control equipment, the safety inspectors who oversee the safety of our national airspace system, of all the operators within that system, none of those people were impacted. That being said, right, this is an opportunity for us to continue look for ways to improve, making sure, I'm reminded of part of the Hippocratic Oath, which is part of what says do no harm, right? So we want to make sure that this system, which is quite complex with all of the operators, we want to make sure that we don't wake up and suddenly we've got delays, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The American public expect to get on an airplane, fly safely to their destination, and get off that airplane and have that all done in an atmosphere of complete safety. I believe that's what the agency delivers day in and day out. And so as we seek technological improvements and advancement to keep pace for the next 20 to 50 years, let's make sure we keep the system intact and safe day in and day out.
Billy Nolan, I really appreciate you staying up late and talking us through that. It's really important to have your perspective.
Thank you.
All right, there is more breaking news for us tonight. New York City Mayor Eric Adams remains defiant, even as some of his top deputies have resigned. And now we're getting word tonight that Governor Kathy Hochul is calling a meeting that may decide the mayor's fate. And former New York Governor David Paterson live with me to react to that and more. Plus, talks between the U.S. and Russia are set to kick off over the war in Ukraine without representatives from Ukraine. We'll discuss ahead.
Books, corporate fat cats, swindling socialites, doped-up cyclists, then yes, more crooked politicians. I have a feeling we won't be running out of those.
Season of United States of Scandal with Jake Tapper, March 9th on CNN.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first chew with triple protection. Cold tweets and tips. Intestinal burns, well, heartburn disease, no problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. With dogs with a history of these disorders for winning protection. Go with Simparica Trio. When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build logo, website, and social content, so I can let the world know. See, goggles ain't goggles. They don't belong on photographies. What causes occur? That's an Peyronie's disease. There's somebody I can talk to or help.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that. You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
Traffic delay ahead. It's going to be about a 45-minute wait. Is that all right?
What?
These days, the best night out happens when you decide to stay in. When your backyard date nights are this perfect, you just can't wait until you're finally home.
Better?
Better. Start building your dream backyard at Belgard.com.
Kate made progress with her mental health, but her medication caused unintentional movements in her face, hands, and feet called tardive dyskinesia, or TD. So her doctor prescribed Austedo XR, a once-daily extended-release TD treatment for adults. Austedo XR significantly reduced Kate's TD movements. Some people saw a response as early as 2 weeks. With Austedo XR, Kate can stay on her mental health meds.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking serpine, tetrabenazine, or promethazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia.
See your doctor for Austedo XR.
Nexium 24-hour prevents heartburn acid for twice as long as Pepsid. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just 1 pill a day. It's acid prevention. Choose Nexium. Eating healthy is hard, but now everything we eat is easy, delicious, and good for the whole family. How? Hungry Root. Hungry Root delivers healthy groceries with easy 4-ingredient recipes, so you can have a healthy home-cooked meal in minutes. With Hungry Root, you save hours planning, shopping, and cooking. That's why 90% of customers report improved health with Hungry Root. Hungry Root. Healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life. See you at 5. Number 5 is the answer. Chanel.
And Macy's, my favorite destination.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta in Atlanta, and this is CNN.
That's some breaking news out of New York. Governor Kathy Hochul may be closer to deciding if she'll try to remove New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Hochul says she'll be meeting with key leaders in New York tomorrow to discuss the, quote, path forward. Adams, so far, has remained defiant and even turned some heads earlier today after he said this to reporters while making the case for him to stay in office.
I remember listening to some of Dr. King's teaching, and he talked about the book Mein Kampf. And he indicated if you tell a lie long enough, loud enough, people will tend to believe it's true. And that's what you're seeing right there, right now, modern day Mein Kampf.
Okay, a book by Adolf Hitler, that was certainly a choice. And Adams said Minutes before, 4 of his top aides resigned, 3 of them saying that the, quote, extraordinary events of the last few weeks led them to their decision to quit. Those events being the Justice Department's decision to drop bribery charges against Adams. The Justice Department says the charges prevented Adams from doing his job, mainly taking part in Trump's immigration crackdown. The DOJ and Adams says it was not a quid pro quo, but 7 prosecutors resigned in protest, refusing to take part in what they claimed was a plan, a bad deal. Joining me now, former governor of New York, David Paterson. He's been a staunch supporter of Mayor Adams. You said it was outrageous for Adams to resign when he was initially charged. Do you still think it's outrageous for Adams to resign?
What I thought was outrageous, Sarah, was people telling him that he had to resign when only he knows really what went on. He and whoever he talked to, from the White House, and just this rush to judgment that we have in politics these days, where whenever anyone gets in the slightest bit of trouble, there's this stampede to try to get them out of office. I didn't think it was fair to him, and I don't now.
Let me ask you this, because there is this issue between him and Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. And there is a question as to whether a backdoor deal was made and that there was a quid pro quo. Whether it was months ago, he was Homan asked to go into Rikers to try and find immigrants who were there undocumented, and the mayor refused. And now suddenly he's saying, sure, go ahead in, and then lo and behold, his case gets dropped. Doesn't that look bad?
Well, Mayor Adams and Holman were on another network on Friday, and they asked Holman what happens if Adams doesn't comply. And he said something that was really vulgar and I thought unnecessary, and something that would lead you to think that there is a quid pro quo, because when people talk like that, they must know something that they're not revealing.
All right. 4 top aides to Adams resigned. Do you have confidence that Adams can govern under this turmoil? These are just the recent folks who resigned. You had a litany of others who resigned, including the police commissioner and the health commissioner. So can he go forward and run this city?
Well, the pathway to leading the city is obviously going to be encumbered by the loss of many of these and very important people who work for Mayor Adams, and very distinguished people who work for Mayor Adams. But if they feel that they can't work in an environment where they're doing their job, I don't know that I blame them for that. But there are too many times when the staff of an elected official who is in some kind of trouble sort of embraces the trouble. And in other words, I worked for people who I thought they had no idea what they were doing, and I worked for people who I thought were corrupt. But when I decided to leave, I made it as quiet as possible, because you don't want to stage the person that gave you the opportunity to work there in the first place.
I want to get your sense of what's going to go down here. Governor Hochul says she is going to meet with key leaders tomorrow to discuss a path forward. What would you consider if you were holding this meeting tomorrow, and would it, in your mind, be a mistake for her to say, we're removing you?
Well, I think the governor is really on the right track here. If you have a difficult situation such as this, you try to bring other people around you. One person can't solve all the world's problems, but sometimes 10 people can. So the fact that Governor Hochul's having a meeting, I think, is most appropriate. They'll listen to the thoughts of the other leaders that they bring in. And Governor Hochul did point out that governors never really removed a mayor previously. Governor Franklin Roosevelt was going to remove Mayor Jimmy Walker in 1932, but Mayor Walker resigned and moved to a close neighboring village, a place called London, England. And so, that's, I think, real demonstration of leadership by Governor Hochul to actually do that.
All right. There are a few people that are running, including Michael Blake, for the New York City mayorship. The former New York governor, Andrew Cuomo, is reportedly considering joining the race. He posted this video on X for Valentine's Day, embracing voters, and a Democratic group has already endorsed Cuomo. Should Cuomo jump in the race, considering he resigned over allegations of sexual misconduct?
Well, if here again, if Governor Cuomo wants to jump into the race, and that's what he truly wants to do, I don't see any reason to actually stop him. He has held elected office for 14 and a half years, some of it as Attorney General and most of it as governor. He was in office during the pandemic and did a terrific job. I mean, he was must-see TV every day. I used to say, who needs Dr. Phil? He just turn on and listen to Governor Cuomo every day. But it would be a comeback for him. But he's got a lot of experience, and also, I think he has the resources that he could run. And I think he also, may have learned from some of his experiences that didn't go that well.
Okay, people questioned what happened with nursing homes during his tenure, but they did get used to seeing him every single day on television trying to calm people down as New York went through one of the most horrific times in its health care industry during the COVID-19 outbreak. Thank you so much for being here with us and walking us through this. This is a political tightrope that the mayor finds himself on. Just ahead, Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrives in Saudi Arabia, which talked to Russia about Ukraine's future, except no one from Ukraine is at these talks. My next guest says the Trump administration may be about to cave to Putin. Plus, Elon Musk's Joe tries to access Social Security information, and now the head of the Social Security Administration is taking a bold move in response.
It's the news. But it's also kind of not the news.
We don't fact check you. We don't care, man.
Why is all the information in the show so tight?
If I got news for you, Saturday at 9 on CNN.
You'll be back. Emus can't help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. You're just a flightless bird.
No, he's a dreamer, Frank.
Well, I'll be. That bird really did it. Only pay for what you need.
Did you take your vitamins back? That's my job. Nature made with quality ingredients. Made to care for you every day. From Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Kids, I'm sure you're wondering why your mother went next year tonight. It's because it's a buffet of all-you-can-eat butterfly shrimp and sirloin steak.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Do you have any idea how much this will cost at other restaurants? A lot, honey. A lot, kiddo. Yeah. My doctor's office with a filing system from the 80s. That's my social.
Think of all the places that can expose your info. LifeLock monitors millions of data points for identity theft. If there's a problem, we fix it. Guaranteed.
It's diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take one step, giants each day start. It's time when it was easy to see. I'm Lord, my A1C. For adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects of increased ketones in blood are yours, which can be fatal in some Jardiance. If you have trouble eating, some pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones,
Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Find a doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Is really swell, a little pill with a big story to tell.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable scans with social sentiment help you find and unlock opportunities in the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power E-Trade makes easier.
An MSC cruise isn't just a vacation, it's full of European style.
And all of the things Americans love too. Come on.
So high.
Privacy.
Yeah. This tiny home trend, not for me. Now, this is more like it. Same goes for my footwear. So I went hands-free with wide-fit Skechers slip-ins. Just step in and go without bending down or touching my shoes. Wide-fit, hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
We're now just a few hours away from a pivotal meeting that could begin to decide the fate of the war in Ukraine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the talks. He'll be in Saudi Arabia, the capital, there in Riyadh, to meet with Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. No Ukrainian or European representative will be there. We're told this meeting is to lay the groundwork for future talks, including a potential face-to-face between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. Now I want to bring in Ned Price, former senior advisor to Secretary of State Tony Blinken and former spokesperson for the State Department. Thank you so much for being here. Ned, give us some sense of what we should expect from this meeting and if you think anything's going to come of it.
Well, Sarah, good to be here. I know this is a story that is near and dear to your heart as well. Look, I don't expect much to come of this meeting tomorrow, and I say that as someone who sat in the last meeting a Secretary of State held with Sergei Lavrov to discuss Ukraine. This was in January of 2022. It was part of our all-out effort to forestall what was then Russia's imminent invasion of Ukraine. It was ultimately unsuccessful, not because we didn't leave anything on the field, but because Russia was determined to go forward with this. And what was so remarkable about the last time the Secretary of State, Secretary Blinken at the time, met with Sergei Lavrov was the fact that this was not the Sergei Lavrov that we had come to know over the course of many years. This was a Russian foreign minister who was uncharacteristically looking at his notes, reading from his notes the whole time, appeared very nervous. And ultimately, I think we concluded that he either didn't know what was about to happen, he too was in the dark, kept in the dark by President Putin, or he was deeply uncomfortable with what was going to happen. And that was really showcased in his body language. And so I say that, noting that they're going to meet the Russian foreign minister tomorrow. There is one person who started this war. It was President Putin. There is one person who can end this war. It is President Putin. Meeting with other officials may help eventually to get there. It may help to scope out what the Russians are going to demand, where they are. But ultimately, there aren't going to be concrete results from a meeting with anyone but Vladimir Putin.
All right, so let's talk about the fact that Ukraine is not at the table for this very beginning of negotiations. And Zelensky has told NBC that he wouldn't accept the deal struck by Russia and the U.S. if Ukraine didn't have a seat at the table. Listen to what Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen said yesterday.
I think what President Trump is doing here is actually really smart. He's meeting with Zelensky. He's having conversations with him. What that is doing, John, step, and then finding out a negotiation path forward before you bring them to the table. A lot of times you bring people to the table too fast, John. It'll blow up, they'll walk away, and you'll set back to talk for maybe 6 months.
Is it smart to start with Russia and wait to have Ukrainians and Europeans in the same room?
Well, Sarah, I fear that President Trump is preparing to violate the cardinal rule of diplomacy. And that is a simple proposition that we cannot want an outcome. The United States cannot want an outcome more so than the other side. In this case, we cannot want an end to Russia's aggression more so than Russia is ready to stop the fighting. And I fear that President Trump is ready to violate that cardinal rule. And I say that because President Putin has had ample opportunity over the course of now 3 years in the first instance to really stop what was then the buildup of forces to prevent the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And he's had ample opportunity over the course of those 3 years since Russian forces have mounted this full-scale invasion of Ukraine to come to the negotiating table. And yet he has declined to do so. The fact that he is at least sending a delegation now suggests that he is operating from a position of strength. That when President Trump says that the United States is going to seek a just and durable peace, that's nothing more than words. Because if this is going to be a just and durable peace, of course it has to be durable, it has to be lasting, it has to be enduring, but it also importantly has to be just. And a just peace is a peace that really makes a distinction between aggressor, Russia in this case, and the victim, Ukraine. There's a simple dictum that if Russia were to stop fighting today, the war would end. If Ukraine were to stop fighting today, Ukraine would end. That's really what's at stake here. I want to take President Trump at his word that the United States is going to seek a just and durable peace, a peace that sets Ukraine up for long-term prosperity, for independence, for sovereignty. I fear that by not including the Ukrainians at the table, by not including the Europeans at the table, President Trump wants to achieve a deal more so than President Putin. And in doing so, he's willing to sell Ukraine down the creek. That's dangerous for Ukraine, of course, but it's also profoundly dangerous for the global international order.
Yeah, the president and others saying they will eventually talk to Ukraine. But at this point, they are starting with Russia that has quite a few folks, especially those in Ukraine and the president of Ukraine, very concerned. Ned Price, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, sir.
All right, still ahead. First, it was the IRS.
Oh, fuck.
It's the Social
No.
Security Administration, Elon Musk's Doge, reportedly trying to access data at the agency, but one top official did in protest.
In the middle of suburbia, this is how we define the life. That's policy. This is life in your own backyard. The Americas. It is something that we can see people.
Years of hard work. Decades of dedication. Committed to giving back. You've been there, done that, and you're still here for more. So now that you're 50 or older and at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia and IPD, be proactive with Capvaxive, a vaccine specifically designed for adults to help protect against pneumonia, an invasive disease caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive is the only vaccine that helps protect against the strains that cause 84% of IPD in adults 50 or older, compared with up to 52% by other pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Whether you've had another pneumococcal vaccine or not, ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T.
That's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
Switch today and get 5G phones like a mobile bed with turbo power charging. It gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
When I started walking dog at goggle lessons, I had no idea what I was doing. GoDaddy Arrow does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content, so I can let the world know. See, goggles ain't goggles. They don't belong in goggles.
Dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause of dry eye, too much tear evaporation. For relief, that's remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor about prescription MyBo.
I take you, body, in sickness and in health, for as long as we shall live.
Quince has been my best kept secret, but now I'm telling everybody. I love luxury at affordable prices. I want to dress down but still look amazing. They have it. If you need jewelry, they have it. I get so many compliments. When I'm wearing Quince, I feel effortless and I feel very confident and beautiful. They're definitely a staple in my travel and my everyday outfit. Wearing Quince activewear makes me feel stylish and actually it's the whole outfit. One-stop shop. I'm a fan. It's $20 on your first purchase at Quince.com.
Welcome back. Have I got news for you? News Saturday on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you. 800-821-4000.
All right, we have some breaking news for you. The acting head of the Social Security Administration has resigned. Michelle King's departure comes after she refused to provide DOGE staffers access to sensitive information. Your information. King had been with the department for 30 years. It's the latest act of resistance meant to slow cost-cutting moves by President Trump and Elon Musk. DOGE had to go to court to gain access to Treasury payment systems, and it is fighting to enter a sensitive database in the IRS. With me now, Brian Lanza, former senior advisor to Trump's 2024 campaign, and Joe Crowley, former New York congressman and former chair of the House Democratic Caucus. Thank you both so much. Brian, let's start here. People at home hear the Social Security Administration, the head of that administration, stepping down. And alarm bells do go off. What is the end goal here?
First of all, thank you for having me. I think alarm bells do go off, but a lot of it just has to do with more hysteria than anything else. We know for a fact that Donald Trump and his administration are entitled to have access to this. This is why they're winning court decision after court decision after court decision. What you see is sort of, I hate using the term, sort of the deep state fighting the change that America wanted and asked for. As for the sensitive data, of course it's sensitive data. Nobody believes that sensitive data is going to be manipulated or abused. I know that it sort of likes to be portrayed in this very nefarious way, but this is how you make cuts. This is how you find fraud. You actually see where the payments are, see if there's duplications. And I think in the end, people are going to be ultimately happy with the cuts that are made. It's not going to be Social Security cuts. It's not going to be Medicare cuts. It's going to be real waste. It's going to be real fraud. Those are the cuts that are taking place. And what's wrong with outsiders looking in and trying to find it and spot it and root it out?
Well, let me ask you this. Why not wait until the head of the Social Security Administration that he has nominated now gets into place to try and get a hold of all this and really look at what's going on in the agency before doing these cuts?
Because what the president's learned from his first term to his second term is that the best tactic in Washington, D.C. is delay. So let's negotiate in good faith. Let's wait for confirmations. Let's do all these things. But at the end of the day, they're delay tactics. And the businessman, Donald Trump, sees that. And he knows that the American people want action now and that legally he's entitled to do those actions. So he doesn't feel he needs to wait because that's Washington. Washington, D.C.'s game. So let's wait. Let's delay. Trump's ready to go forward and he's ready to take it to the courts. And it looks like he's winning in courts because he knows that the Constitution backs him.
Joe, Some may look at this and say, well, I mean, is it a big deal? Is there cause for alarm if Doge has access to Social Security information?
Well, it's very sensitive information. It's probably one of the most sensitive pieces of information in a person's life. I mean, how often are people told not to give out their Social Security number? So this is something that I think every American understands. What's the end game here, though? Where are they really going here? Why aren't they waiting for an administrator to be appointed? Have forensic accountants in there, have accountants and not techies coming in and looking at this information, but folks who can come in and make the audits that are necessary to find if there are any abuses in the system. I think both Democrats and Republicans agree if there is something going wrong in terms of checks being sent to unqualified individuals, we want to see that stopped. But having just someone come in who really has no congressional approval, has not been vetted himself, is simply a hire of the White House. And those folks that have that kind of access is unprecedented.
Brian, I want to talk to you about something that Trump posted on social media where he wrote, I'm quoting here, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." That is something that is believed to be attributed to Napoleon. What do you make of this? What are we supposed to read into this? Because what it seems to say is he's above the law.
No, listen, I think what he's doing more than anything else, he's trolling the media and he's trolling Democratic Party officials.
But why is the president trolling anyone? He is the president of these United States, and people expect him to do the job that they put him in there to do, which is to make things more affordable, deal with immigration. I mean, there are a lot of things that people are hoping that he will do, and I think trolling people is probably not high on that list.
No, listen, I think what we learned from the first term that it's a strategy, and it's an effective strategy, push back against the media, cause them to hyperventilate over every little thing, which when they hyperventilate over every little thing, they continue to lose more and more credibility. I think the strategy worked, so why would you stop it? And as for trolling, that is who this president is. But you also have to remember to step back and calm. She always advances the message. So anytime the media or left one is doing hysterical over things he's doing, you're actually delivering our message more because the more controversy, the more it breaks through. And so, I mean, it works. That's why we do it.
Interesting. I'm not hysterical. I don't think anyone else is. Just asking a question. Joe, is Trump, though, doing something different here? Not just to troll people, but is he setting the stage to potentially ignore court rulings, you think?
Well, I think you asked the right question. Why is any president trolling anyone? That is not the role of the president. It's beneath the dignity of the office. But, we know that this president has attention deficit disorder. If he's not in the media 24 hours every single day of the year, there's something wrong with the world. And therefore, he has to be right out there sticking it in. I do think, though, it goes back to the decision by the Supreme Court last year that gave him immunity, where he now believes that he's above any law whatsoever. There's no constraint whatsoever, that the Congress is irrelevant and that the courts are irrelevant. And that's what he's basically saying. Next thing you know, he'll have his hand in his pocket, like Napoleon did.
Joe Crowley, Brian Lanza, thank you for that spirited conversation. Appreciate it. And thank you so much. Anderson Cooper, 360 is next.
Tonight on 360, how did an airliner with 80 passengers on board end up upside down and on fire on a snowy runway? And how did every one of those people somehow manage to survive? Good evening, John Berman here in for Anderson. And when you look at what's left of Delta Flight 4819 on its back off runway 23 at Toronto's Pearson International Airport, you have to stop and catch your breath. When you see passengers escaping, even more so.
Everything, drop it. Come on. Don't take that down. That's not good. Oh, no. Holy. 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 Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is extraordinary video a passenger took climbing out of an overwing exit that's now an underwing exit, or would be if the right wing were still there. Others got out through the front exit of the CRJ-900 regional jet operated for Delta by Endeavour Air. Their world literally turned upside down. This is not how you ever expect to see a passenger plane, let alone one in which anyone, or in this case, everyone, makes it out alive. The crash happened on landing at about 2:13 this afternoon. That's according to FlightAware. A short time later, this is the conversation between Toronto Tower and a rescue chopper.
Where's the crash? It's on runway 23, right at threshold. It's right at this intersection there, 23 and 15 left.
Okay, we got it at site. Did you tell us what type of aircraft it was?
Yeah, it was an RG9. And like 1 minute back, just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there.
Yeah, we've got it. The aircraft there's upside down and burning.
The aircraft is upside down and burning. The question now, how did it get that way? At least 17 people were hurt. In a moment, we'll be joined by a team of aviation experts and air safety experts. First, though, CNN aviation correspondent Pete Muntean has done phenomenal work all day long, keeping us updated on this. What's the latest you're learning about what caused the crash, Pete?
Well, the cause here is still under investigation, John. And of course, investigators are going to look at the airplane, the pilots, and the environment. The airplane, probably not a big question here because it flew several times throughout the day. But the most abnormal thing here is the environment, and especially the wind at the time of this crash. 27 knots, gusting to 35 knots, about 40 miles per hour, at a 40-degree angle to the runway that this plane was landing on, which could have posed some pretty interesting challenges here. It's not totally clear what caused this plane to roll onto its back, because the flight data shows the plane coming in on a relatively stable approach. Nothing out of the ordinary there. But now investigators will want to know if the wind played a factor, and it did in previous crashes, like the crash of Continental 1404 back in 2008. That was on takeoff, but a similar outcome. Everybody walked away from that crash mostly okay. The investigators now really have their work cut out for them, and of course they will be asking if the condition of the runway was also a factor here. Biting cold there in Toronto at the time of this crash, about 18 degrees before you factor in the wind chill.
Yeah, you can see the passengers shivering on the runway after they managed to escape. First responders were on the scene in just minutes. What more can you tell us about the immediate aftermath?
A textbook and harrowing response here by the airport rescue and firefighting crews. They were able to get to that plane that was apparently on fire. We know that not only from the singe marks on the fuselage there where the right wing was, but also near the engines, and also the video of the black smoke rising above Toronto Pearson International Airport. They use foam and water trucks they're able to spray as they're moving. That is so critical because fire can spread so quickly in a crash like this. You just have to imagine the terror that the passengers were feeling, turned upside down, hanging from their seatbelts in a dark passenger cabin that is on fire. Everybody did their job here, from the pilots, the flight attendants, the control tower, the first responders, all the way down to the passengers in getting out of this airplane safely and quickly, everybody escaping with their lives.
What about injuries, Pete? What are you hearing about that?
The latest update from Toronto Pearson International Airport CEO is that 17 were injured in this crash. We thought maybe a couple were critically injured. She said there were only minor injuries in this crash, which is especially good news. You know, a lot of people can be injured in something like this because they're hanging from their seatbelts, and then they go to unstrap their seatbelts. They could fall essentially because of gravity to the ceiling, which is now the floor, and injure their head, neck, or back. So really pretty incredible here that not many people were injured. Only 19 days ago that we were covering the crash of an American Airlines flight over the Potomac River when it was hit by a military Army Black Hawk helicopter. All 67 people in that crash died. And here we're talking about an extremely different outcome that could have been much worse.
Very different. All right, Pete, stick around, if you will. I want to bring in former National Transportation Safety Board Managing Director Peter Goals, also Stephen Wallace, former Director of the FAA's Office of Accident Investigation. And Steve, I want to start with you here. When you look at the pictures of this plane just upside down, partially charred aircraft on its roof, missing a wing and its tail, where do you begin with this investigation?
You know, I think it's first worth noting that this is the second accident that people will describe as miraculous at this exact same airport. Because Air France crashed an Airbus 340 in August of 2005.
297 passengers, 12 flights. 309 people got off that airplane, which was completely destroyed by fire, without a single life-threatening injury. And I would just quote what the Transportation Safety Board of Canada said at the time of that accident is prophetic. Unfavorable weather conditions and poor landing decisions combined. That's what they said about that accident, and I'm not passing judgment on what happened in this accident. Now, you know, when we certify an airplane at the FAA, and I've worked in aircraft certification for many years, we do evacuation demonstrations where we basically, you load it up with a representative load of passengers, age, sex, mix, and you block half the exits. It's standing on its landing gear. And it's just kind of a certification criteria. And people have a tendency to think, oh, you are supposed to get out in 90 seconds. And that's just a certification criteria. And this accident demonstrates kind of the ultimate fallibility of the FAA's approach. Well, it's a good criteria to measure the escapability, but look at this. This is completely escape flights, ridiculous. The airplane is inverted. Accidents never happen the way they're supposed to.
No, you have to have a cool head to get out of this safely. Clearly they did. Peter Goals, what are the initial questions you think are most important to have answered tonight?
Well, I've got complete faith in the Transportation Safety Board of Canada. They are methodical and they're good, and they are going to they will issue an interim report per a treaty, the ICAO treaty that we're all signatories to, in 30 days. I think it's extraordinary that there were 17 injuries, none of them serious, and that is a tribute to the way in which these planes are designed now. Since the early 2000s, they've had to have, as of 2009, 16G seats that can withstand an accident such as this and not detach themselves from the floor of the aircraft. Steve knows, and we've seen accidents where people have survived the crash landing, but been killed because their seats have been propelled forward, and people have died. It's extraordinary that these folks walked away from this, and it's a sign during this political year of where a government regulation saved lives.
Those seats, had they not been in there, might have had a very different outcome. Pete, at what point is a windy day at the airport too windy to land? And what were the wind speeds here exactly? 35 knots was the peak gust recorded at the time, but that is just a snapshot of the wind at the time. There could have been gusts that were higher. I have to tell you, I scratch flights all the time for my little airplane, but the difference here is that my airplane weighs about 2,000 pounds. The CRJ 900 weighs about 47,000 pounds. So they're much more capable when it comes to commercial airplanes and the wind, but it is always a factor. And this is kind of at about the limit for flights, especially given the fact that there was a major wind event up and down the eastern seaboard. The winds were very high here in Washington. There were a lot of flight diversions in this area. There's a huge low pressure system moving through, causing all this wind. So this is pretty significant. And of course, investigators want to look at the wind and whether or not the plane was capable, whether or not the pilots were capable. And there's some big questions there. Peter Goals, this plane took off from Minneapolis, landed in Toronto. Will the investigation extend all the way back to when it took off from U.S. soil? Hey, could that be relevant or really just be focused on the landing in Toronto?
Well, the standard investigation, they will lock down all of the information about this plane, its maintenance history, where it's been. They will lock down all the information about the flight crew. Did they have enough rest? Were they properly trained? They will lock down everything that they can to uncover what contributed to this accident and what might be declared a probable cause. So, yeah, and the Canadians will lead the investigation, but the United States, through the NTSB, the FAA is a party to this investigation. They will assist, and I think in 30 days we're going to have a good picture of what happened here.
30 days. Pete, in some of the video that we've seen, we've heard, we think flight attendants telling people, leave their bags, just get out, get out. Based on what we've seen so far, what kind in making this such a successful evacuation. Flight attendants are aviation's first responders, and are there in part for your convenience, but primarily to keep you safe. And one of the big things that we see over and over in accidents, not so much in the U.S., but especially abroad, is people bringing their bags with them, which can really slow down an evacuation when seconds count. Lives are on the line. And so you heard the flight attendant saying, leave it behind. I'm a little disturbed by the fact that there's video being taken of the evacuation from the first person. It's incredible to see, although probably not advisable. It's really, really important to leave everything behind. Those things are replaceable. You cannot replace your life. Good points you're making there. Pete Montine, everyone, thank you so much. Next, perspective from one of the two pilots behind what became known as the Miracle on the Hudson. Chesley Sully Sullenberger will join us. And later, after raising concerns he would defy the courts, then saying, of course, he wouldn't, the president is now tweeting, he who saves his country does not violate any law. What's up with that? We're keeping them honest.
Welcome back. But I got news for you. New Saturday on CNN. I want you to know this will be my last dive. It's all right. You are great divers. You don't leave me around. It's the last mission. On smash! Son will become his finest hour. I'm not losing the divers that he's the incredible story. Let's get to the evidence. I got an idea.
We make a mistake. We put the entire ship at risk.
Wait for it? No! Last Breath, rated PG-13, only in theaters February 28th. I want to take this place from last night. My family is in danger. My wife is lost to me, and I don't have time.
Anything worth having is worth fighting for.
1923, new season is ending soon.
Krista, it's time to fess up.
About?
You're over 45 and still have to screen for colon cancer.
We all knew.
This is like the third year she's turned 44.
Okay. I wasn't ready. Let's drink all that crap.
Cancel brunch plans?
Yeah.
Ask for Cologuard. It's a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive.
No prep, and you use it at home.
False positive and negative results may occur. Those at high risk should use colonoscopy.
Skip the drama. Ask your provider or request Cologuard online.
Ooh, say again.
So congested.
You need Sinex saline from Vicks.
Just Sinex? Breathe.
What is... Wow.
Sinex? Breathe.
This tiny home trend, not for me. Now, this is more like it. The same goes for my footwear. So I went hands-free with wide-fit Skechers slip-ins. Just step in and go without bending down or touching my shoes. Wide-fit, hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back. Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you with clearer skin. With Tremfya, most people saw 100% clear skin that stayed clear, even at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Emerge as you with clear skin. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
This is the story of the lion who would change our lives forever. Celebrate the circle of life. Follow me, brother, with your family. We must fight together. The story's killing me. It's spoiling my emotions. Watch Mufasa go. Long live the Lion King. Mufasa the Lion King. Right now on Monday Show and Max your Disney collection. Free PG.
You see a car, you find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detective car. Just put your info in the Kelly Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
This isn't just a box of Plan B. It's a backup plan I can count on wherever I live. One I can buy online and pick up in store, or get delivered same day. This isn't just a box of Plan B. It's proof that I've got this.
The International Basketball Federation voted to allow professional basketball players to compete in future Olympic Games and World Championships.
I don't think I thought we would scrimmage them. Best pickup game you're ever going to play in your life. This is our moment. This is our dream. We're playing against our heroes. All I know is when the clock stopped, we were up. We beat the Dream Team. This is the Dream Team, streaming exclusively on Max.
More on tonight's breaking news from Toronto, where authorities at Canada's busiest airport are investigating the crash of a Delta Airlines passenger jet. The plane ended up upside down on its roof, partially charred and missing its tail and right wing. The pictures are extraordinary. Miraculously, all 76 passengers and 4 crew members survived. Joining us now is Chesley Sully Sullenberger, the captain of U.S. Airways 1549, the so-called Miracle on the Hudson flight. Captain Sullenberger is also the former U.S. ambassador to the International Civil Aviation Organization. Ambassador Sullenberger, great to see you. What's your view of what happened in Toronto? How does a plane end up upside down?
John, it's good to be with you. And thank you for mentioning the 1549 flight. Of course, I was only half of it. Captain Jeff Skiles was the other half. I'm very glad that the families of those involved got good news and that everyone survived. And that's a real testament to all the hard work that's been done up until now. Well, my takeaway from this is that these recent crashes and incidents are a reminder that in spite of how safe aviation has become, there's still a lot of work to be done and investments to be made.
How so? You say the system is taxed. Explain.
Well, we're understaffed, particularly in air traffic control and maintenance, the navigation facilities that we use in this country. We still need to make investments to make sure that aviation can be kept as safe as it is, and to meet, I think, what is our obligation to, as we learn how to make aviation safer, to make those investments, to keep making improvements as we go forward into the future. I think we owe that to everyone who flies.
Talk to us about what it's like to be in the cockpit at a moment of crisis like this. Obviously, the circumstances were different, and what happened here was, I think, must have been seconds in the making. But what do you have to do to try to prevent or avoid the loss of life?
Well, you have to work together, passengers and crew, and you have to make very important decisions very quickly and make them correctly. You have to very quickly be able to synthesize basically everything you've ever learned about flying and apply that to solve a problem you've never seen before and get it right the first time. It's not something that's easy to do, but it's what aviation professionals train to do and do it very well.
Based on what we're seeing here, we have some of the pictures up on the screen. I don't know if you can see them of some of the passengers already on the runway. They must have been evacuated so quickly. How important do you think the proper training is in having a miracle like this?
Well, it's clearly the result of the crew working well together and the passengers listening to the crew and understanding where the emergency exits are, how they work, not taking their belongings with them. Even on our flight, as happens in every accident flight, many of the passengers tried to take their luggage with them. And when we were evacuating the airplane into the raft of the Hudson River, some of the other passengers, seeing passengers take their luggage with them, threw the luggage into the river. So it was almost karma that the only people who did get their luggage back were people who I was on the Hudson. I was one of the first to
It's a race
to the bank I saw floating down the river. It was a remarkable sight. I know how important it was for you to get confirmation.
There have been no fatalities. So what kind of emotions do you expect that the Delta crew is going through tonight in Toronto?
Well, clearly the crew and the families and the passengers and their families will have to process this. And even though there was a good outcome, I'm sure the event itself was very stressful. They may feel what we did and have some version of post-traumatic stress disorder afterward. But if they talk about it, if they process it and work at it, they can all come out of it better on the end.
It is important to talk about it. I hope they have each other tonight to get through this. They are all very lucky, but as you said, it was important that they work together. Captain Sullenberger, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you being with us.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
Up next, we're going to take a closer look at the wind conditions on the ground in Toronto and why the plane's seats were crucial in the survival of these passengers. And serious concerns tonight about the health of Pope Francis, hospitalized for a fourth night as doctors change course on his treatment.
What's it like to hear from the people actually living the headlines? I'm Audie Cornish. My CNN podcast will talk to the people behind the trending stories. I've got a lot of questions.
The Assignment with Audie Cornish. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
My eyes are dry, uncomfortable, looking for extra hydration. Now there's Blink NutriTears. It works differently than drops. Blink NutriTears is a once-daily supplement, clinically proven to hydrate from within, helping your eyes produce more of their own tears. To promote lasting, continuous relief you'll feel day after day. Try Blink NutriTears. A different way to support dry eyes. NutriTears.
At Harbor Freight, we design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman. Just quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
You never want to lose your edge. And the Lexus RX completely understands that.
Got one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way. Cool.
Right on time.
Stay in the know. Your doctor to their door.
What if all I do for my type 2 diabetes isn't enough? Or what if once weekly Mounjaro can help? Mounjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar and can help you eat less food. Plus, 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. And people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin may raise your low blood sugar risk. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I can do diabetes differently with Mounjaro.
Ask your doctor about Mounjaro. All doses available.
Here's what you can expect to pay for your tax prep.
Wait, this is backwards. My last tax guy only ever told me the price after he was finished.
And as a new client, we can match the price you paid last year.
That's some forward thinking.
Switch to H&R Block so you know the cost before you begin.
BK melts. Wanna warm up? This sure helps. Classic bacon, Stroom and Swiss. BK melt season is tasty with BK. Have it your way.
Sealing together, celebrating Black history. Looking up the spotlight under Antoine Jails, a distinguished leader in agricultural education, dedicated to empowering minority people. Blessing opportunities for underrepresented students. Dr. also advances diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's also critical for the legacy of new farmers in America, including its contribution to African Americans in agriculture during the Jim Crow.
Okay, so we're going to the charges. Out to Columbia Bridge, and I'll come back with a POA.
Closed captioning brought to you by MessoBook.com.
Copies of the list of call now. 800-214,000.
More tonight, breaking news on a plane crash in Toronto. Conditions could have affected the landing. Strong winds with gusts of 40 miles per hour with an AC air all day. This follows an intense snowstorm over the weekend, which left the airport with blowing and drifting snow to deal with. See, the Tom Foreman is with us now, talking about the high winds. Well, what it looked like as we came in was a strong wind coming in at a 45 angle. So imagine if this is the runway here or south, the midpoint coming in with a strong wind from this angle roughly. See, dealing with this job, typically what you're going to do is you angle the plane toward the wind, so it's downwards and when you get close to the ground, you want to sort of adjust everything with the wheels down and it's very simple explanation. That's what we're trying to do. It's a lot of time in a short period of time, and it is challenging. And you do it. When exactly when you go your best, you can get a little less ice into the side. Once something gets over the air, or wings and all that stuff. And we talked about Peter Gold's did about how the seats on this plane might have saved lives. Explain that.
Peter Gold's is really making a very important point here, as he always does. The 16G seat. When you hear this term 16G, it's basically 16G jet gravitational force. The reason the seat that required on so many planes is precisely what it is. You have a plane that's sort of tumbling, or a plane that somehow survived impact. Very often there's a fireball, a goofball, and they don't survive. But if they do survive, you don't want people dying inside simply because the seat collapses or doesn't stay open. So the seat was made precisely for this reason. The FAA was happy with the results that got out of test these. Why don't they make it above 16G? Because the impact above that, you're not going to survive, even if you remain still in the seat. A big goal for making this big challenge. Go upside down inside that plane, trying to release that bubble and drop down without hurting yourself. That's a big challenge, but at least you have that chance. And in this case, these seats are going to be considered a real winner in all of this, even as they try to sort out whether the wind or the ice or something else had to do with this.
Yeah, built for exactly this scenario. Tom Foreman, great to see you. Thanks so much.
Good to see you.
With us now, commercial airline pilot Josh Shorwar. When you see the damage from this plane, not just upside down, but the damage to the wing and the tail, what does that suggest to you about how it came down? You know, as I saw these pictures in the video, and as I hope the American public is seeing these pictures in the video, I know it's somewhat contradictory and a hot take, but I see this and I see how safe air travel actually is. We're looking at CRJ 900, a commercial airline that came in at about 120 miles an hour, hit the ground, rolled for some reason, sheared off both the wings, the tail caught on fire, and we're looking at every walking of that plane. That plane's engineering is absolutely remarkable. Coupled with the flight crew and the cabin crew and the flight attendants that were able to effectively and efficiently and professionally get everyone out of that aircraft. To me, when I look at this, that's what I see as a safe airplane and a very proficient crew. Got it. I guess, though, we want to address the questions of how did it end up in the position that it did. Talk to us about the wind. 40 miles per hour, that was gusting, coming in at an angle. How can that make landing more difficult, and how do you deal with that? Absolutely. So when we're looking at the airplane coming in on runway 23, the winds in Toronto were coming at 270, so right out of the west. So like we just talked about, we had about a 40-degree quartering headwind coming at that aircraft. What that means is we do a bunch of math and a bunch of numbers, is we generate a crosswind component out of that. Basically, the amount of wind that's actually coming up beam of the aircraft. And we're looking at about 23 knots, about 28, 29 miles an hour, which is actually well within the CRJ 900's demonstrated max crosswind component of 35 knots, 39, 40 miles an hour. So when the pilots are coming in, they realize that they're going to have a stiff crosswind. It's going to be challenging, but it's well within the limits. The issue that I think that we're seeing here is we're having multiple problems come up at the same time, which really hinders our ability to mitigate a lot of that risk. Looking at the environmental conditions, the ice, the snow on the runway. I literally flew out of Aspen
Colorado this morning that had far less snow and ice on the runway and taxiways, and we were sliding all over the taxiways. But what I think we're looking at here is that wind making a very challenging landing that the pilots, I'm sure, were very capable of and have probably done several times. But when we're trying to do it on snow and ice, the chance of them hitting an ice patch and that gusty wind coming just at the same time can absolutely blow them off the runway. Anybody that's driven on the roadway and hit a patch of ice realizes that once you hit it, you're at the mercy of inertia and momentum and physics at that point. So the propensity of that all coming together at the same moment and then leaving the runway, I think, is where we're seeing this plane roll, seeing the damage and the crash that occurred.
We should get some answers fairly soon. Josh Sherrod, we appreciate your expertise on this. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
We got more news next, starting with the president petitioning the highest court in the land for help, but also suggesting he's above the law. What's with that? Also, a look ahead to tomorrow's U.S.-Russia peace talks over Ukraine, but without Ukraine even present.
Clipped books, corporate fat cats, swindling socialites, doped-up cyclists, then yes, more crooked...
What is wrong with you?
I have a feeling we won't be running out of those anytime soon.
Big season of United States of Scandal with Jake Tapper, March 9th on CNN.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, Tracy from Lily's of Charleston will watch 60 contestants eat 60 hot wings, all covered in Lily's hot sauce.
Ooh, honey, don't touch your face.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, Farmer Bob and his friends from Popcorn will be in this ad 60% of the time.
Great job, Bob.
An MSC cruise isn't just a vacation, it's a holiday full of European style.
And all the things Americans love, too. Come on.
Oh no, there are a ton of football matches.
Games, football games. Woo! You ready for some adrenaline?
I was all ready. How high is that?
So high.
Privacy.
Privacy.
Gelato.
Froyo.
Architecture.
Sharkitecture.
That is a big hat.
It's American. Of course it's big.
What a vacation.
Big holiday.
My bad.
We should stop now.
Yeah.
Since starting the farmer's dog, Bogart has lost so much weight. And he has so much more energy. It's like a puppy again. Mama. This is a beautiful picture of Bogart. Such a big boy. 3-portion packs. Makes it really easy to keep him lean and healthy. And look at him now. He's like a show dog.
So, did you give Daddy a break here? He's having a hard enough time.
Said he's okay.
I'm thinking about our home. How about hot air balloon, swim with elephants. Can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a little time. Or put the money towards the down payment.
On a ranch.
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Choose Advil liquid gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol rapid release gel. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain way.
This one is open to find a lifetime practice. That's promising. Yes, but in the backyard in America, the new assembly of an incident impact.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Big Tommy.
Big Tommy is complete one pill, one sting treatment used for HIV in many people, whether 19 or 8. With one small pill, Tommy fights HIV to help you get to undetectable and stay there when you're just starting or replacing your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed and getting to and staying undetectable prevents transmitting HIV through sex. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare, life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Don't take your target if you take clofetamide or family. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines and supplements you take. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, or have kidney or liver problems. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop taking the target without talking to your healthcare provider. Common side effects are diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
No matter where life takes you, Big Tommy can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
for all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in. Thank you. Serve Pro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders. CNN This Morning with Casey Hunt. Tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
So keeping them honest tonight, the President of the United States is now on the record in a way claiming to be above the law. You may have seen this from the President on social media. He who saves his country does not violate any law. For a while, he pinned it to the top of his post. It is purported to be something from the French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, something he once said though his provenance is dubious. In any case, Napoleon was no champion of democracy or the rule of law. The emperor part sort of gives it away. Presidents, on the other hand, are supposed to be. They even say so out loud before taking the job.
And will, to the best of my ability, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend. Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. So help me God. So help me God.
So I square that with, so help me God, unless I'm saving the country, then all bets are off. Because that's what the president seems to be suggesting. And with more than a dozen court cases now pending against a slew of administration orders and actions, that's not all he's saying. In just the last couple of weeks, he has said that judges should not be telling the executive branch what to do.
Judges should be ruling. They shouldn't be dictating what you're supposed to be doing.
He has said judges should not be interfering in his freezing spending, which Congress duly approved and mandated.
And then you're not allowed to look for theft and fraud, etc. Then we don't have much of a country. So no judge should frankly be allowed to make that kind of decision.
The president and vice president have both openly flirted with the notion of directly defying court orders.
And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
The president has also said that as president, he enjoys almost unlimited power.
I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president. When the president does it, it's not illegal. I'm just saying the president under Article 2 is very strong. You have Article 2 with it.
Now, Article 2 lays out the power of the executive branch, the powers which are considerable and which only grew with the Supreme Court ruling in the immunity case, United States versus Trump. What the president does not mention, though, is responsibilities laid out in Article 2, including that he shall, quote, take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Now, to be fair, when this first caused an uproar a bit more than a week ago, the president backtracked, saying, of course I will not defy the courts. I will just appeal the case. In fact, he said it more than once, and his press secretary said it too, but then, just a few days later, it's, he who saves his country does not violate any law. Because yesterday he filed an emergency appeal asking the Supreme Court to let him fire this man, Anthony Dellinger, who heads the Independent Office of Special Counsel, which is a top government watchdog for protecting whistleblowers. In establishing the position, Congress made it clear the special counsel could only be removed by a president for, quote, inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. In firing him, the White House cited none of those. And it's hardly the only such firing the White House has carried out. In petitioning the High Court, the president is asking for a stamp of approval to exercise power above and beyond the norm, and he's asking it of a court that has shown itself to be open, even enthusiastic about expanding presidential power. And in sowing what might be called strategic ambiguity about whether he would obey the courts, he may be nudging the court to do what it takes to avoid a constitutional showdown, or he might just be popping up. With us now, former senior advisor to President Biden, Ashley Etienne, Republican media consultant and strategist Brad Todd, and former federal prosecutor and best-selling author Jeffrey Toobin. His latest book just out is The Pardon Politics of Presidential Mercy. I am 3/4 of the way through. It is fantastic. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Toobin, Counselor, what do you make of President Trump sharing this quote, maybe not from Napoleon?
Well, I think you put it right when you said strategic ambiguity, because he has said, as he said in the press conference with little X Musk running around, that he will follow court orders. But there has been a lot of talk, especially from Elon Musk. That's the thing that's actually the most threatening, where where Musk has been tweeting saying, these judges should be impeached. And as you said, Vance has been tweeting, suggesting that they wouldn't follow court orders. I think the goal here is to say to the justices, look, you want trouble or do you want no trouble? And no trouble would be go along with us so you don't force the kind of confrontation that we're, hinting we might have.
You think this flirtation is a legal strategy?
Sorry?
You think the flirtation here?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So Brad, let me ask you this. Would Republicans have been okay with President Obama posting a quote or non-quote from Napoleon that talks about being beyond the law? Or is it only okay when President Trump does it?
John, I think we've been trolled here by President Trump, and sometimes these things are designed to sort of spin people into the ceiling. But as you note, as Jeffrey notes, the Trump administration is going to court to make its case. It's not trampling over laws; it's actually going to court. And when it loses, it appeals. And now we have this case, the Dellinger case, has come before the Supreme Court on whether or not the president can fire the head of an independent agency. That is a debate that has been going on for decades. In fact, this is Office of Special Counsel, which was the one in question here, Dellinger's office. When Jimmy Carter created it, his own lawyers thought it was unconstitutional that the president couldn't remove this head. So this is not a new debate, and I think it's actually healthy that we're getting to have this debate about something that's been in doubt for quite a while.
So actually, Brad put it in an interesting way that we're being trolled here. The Democrats ran against Donald Trump as being a strongman, a threat as a strongman, a dictator on day one. They used a quote that he had made. They ran against that, and they lost. So how effective is it for Democrats to sort of focus on this?
Well, and I think this notion that Donald Trump isn't fulfilling his promise to be a dictator on day one is actually laughable. If you recall, in the first term, the goal, and Steve Bannon and Steve Miller laid it out, was to expand the power and authority of the president. They believe that the president has absolute authority, and that's what we're seeing being tested, from the purging of the FBI and all these agencies that would hold the president accountable, to the systematic dismantling of government, to the testing of laws from TikTok to others, challenging the authority of Congress. That's what's really at play here. We should not toy around with the American people. Now, whether or not it's effective, we'll find out. I mean, we tried to hold Donald Trump accountable to his word in the last election, and American people didn't believe us. But now they're seeing it with their own eyes, and you see his own supporters in states from Kentucky to Indiana and others that are bawling out of their eyes, asking, "Well, what about us, Mr. President? Why you try to amass all this power? Whatever happened to your promise to lower costs?" They did not vote for this, but this is the reality. This is always the test that Donald Trump was testing since he was first elected. So we shouldn't play games with American people trying to make it seem like this is about trolling, when really it's about amassing absolute power.
In taking the Dellinger case to the Supreme Court, Jeffrey, the Office of the Special Counsel, this seems like a deliberate choice here, testing a deliberate thing here. I think we're talking about Humphrey's executor here. They're talking about a Supreme Court case from the 1930s that this court may overturn.
Right. Now, there are procedural issues with the Dellinger case that might encourage the court simply to send it back and let it get, developed further before they decided on the merits. However, President Trump is on stronger legal ground in the Dellinger case than he is on many of the others that are floating around at the moment. For just this reason, there has been a movement in the conservative world for a long time that any head of a department should be removable by the president, with or without cause. Now, the statute says it has to be with cause, some sort of misconduct. But the conservative legal movement has said it doesn't matter. And there may be 5 votes on the court. And it's not just important for the Office of Special Counsel, which is this obscure corner of the government, the National Labor Relations Board, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Federal Trade Commission. All these so-called independent agencies have officials that can't be removed by the president. If the law changes, if Trump wins this case, all those people could have their jobs at risk. John, there's actually good precedent on that. There's actually precedent from 2020. The Supreme Court ruled that the CFPB, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureaus, their setup was unconstitutional because it involved all the power in one person. The Office of the Special Counsel is set up the exact same way. And again, this has been in dispute
really since the dawn of the republic. You can go back and read the Federalist Papers, and they talked about how much authority should the president have to execute laws. Can Congress tamper with that? So this is really a long-term constitutional debate, and it's appropriate to go to the Supreme Court.
It shifted largely, or most quickly, I would say, over the last few years, but it has been something that's been discussed for some time. Jeffrey Duke and Brad Cox, Acting HN, thank you all so much. We have breaking news tonight from Russia. The Associated Press reports that authorities there have released 28-year-old American Caleb Byers, who was detained earlier this month at the Moscow airport after authorities said they found cannabis-laced marmalade in his luggage. The release comes as talks are 8-year-old American Caleb Byers.
Entertainment, plenty of history as well along the way in the slam.
cops. And if they were, they wouldn't be able to turn a corner. These bikes use a kinetic energy recovery system. They store the energy you use braking to accelerate later on, to burn the cops and save the environment while you're at it. Okay, as always, don't let them know you're breaking in until you want them to know you're breaking in.
cool stuff here for you. All right, let's talk. Yup, gotta load up before you head out. Stay strapped.
The racebook is open and the horses are running at the inside track. Stop by and play.
Guess I'll see you later.
Good. Don't be shy. Great to see you. Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we? We got 10. 10. Would you like another card? 19. Another card? 15. 18. Let's see those bets now. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin. 7. And that's 5. Card? 11. Would you like another card? 21. There's an 11. I'll need your bets now, please. Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we? 20. 9. Another card? 12. Good. Now, time for your bets. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin. There we have 18. 11. Card? 12. 12. 18. Let's see those bets now. Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we? All right, 13. We got 10. Well, hey, blackjack. House wins. I'll need your bets now, please. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin. A 16. And a 9. Would you like another card? Now, time for your bets. 5. 10. And 8. Another card. 20. Card. 19. Let's see those bets now. Bets are closed now. Let's start, shall we? 12. There's an 11. Would you like another card? Too many. Bust. Uh-huh. 12. House wins. I'll need your bets now, please. Great. Bets are now closed. Let's begin. There we have 18. And that's 5. Another card. 9. Got 19 there. Dealer wins. Good. Now, time for your bets. 11. 18. And a 9. Card. 19. House wins. You just need a break is all. Come back soon. It's always appreciated.
Is your wallet safe? Yes, it's in my pocket. I feel like people are staring at me.
Now, Capitan, I have lost count. We use our usual reconnaissance approach. Smuggler plane. I have one already located. On your GPS now.
Paren, esperen ahí. Why can't you assholes be on time for once, eh? Arms out, let's go. Okay, wait over there. They will bring it soon. Go on.
Just because you are disguised as smuggler does not give you free access. As soon as you leave airstrip, be careful. They may have moved the signal box this time. Could be up on the tower, could be ground floor. Remember, the guards think you are nothing but filthy smuggler. You break the rules too many times, they break you one time, with no need to do it again.
What do you think of Gambino's King Cake? It's the only one left I can buy, it seems. Bitch, look at chat. Bitch, I'm gaming. I mean, I still say get Randazzo's. They sold out. There's also Haydell's. Oh, Haydell's is definitely, I guess, number 5 for me. Like, I'll eat it. It's definitely Randazzo's. Yeah, it's not Haydell's. It's not Haydell's at all. Bitch, where do you live? Classy. Portland. Oh, you in Portland. Okay, you way up there. I really feel like you can get a Randazzo's king cake if you really tried. Because, I mean, I see there's a Randazzo's right up the street from my house. Like, literally 2 blocks from my house. Actually, it's 5 blocks. But from my house, there's a Randazzo's. And they have king cakes all day long. So there's no way they're out of king cakes. I don't know which one you're checking, but they definitely have king cakes. More than enough. Can you go there and tell them to take an order from me then? I have to order online. I mean, I can try. I mean, I don't know your name, where you live at, your phone number, none of that nonsense. I just know your name is Parker Woodley. That's it. Parker Woodley, that's it.
Too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for commuting. I already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
I'm Christy Loostout in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and this is CNN.
Israel is preparing to receive the remains of an unknown number of hostages from Gaza later this week, according to one source. While the Israeli military has recovered a number of bodies over the course of the 15-month-long war, this will be the first handover of hostages who have died while being held captive by Hamas since phase 1 of the Gaza ceasefire began a month ago. The identities of the hostages have not been made public. And the release of 3 more living hostages is set for this Saturday, as per the schedule agreed to as part of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Meantime, the deadline has passed for Israel and Hezbollah to withdraw their forces from southern Lebanon per that ceasefire agreement. Israel's plans to keep limited troops at 5 points, which they're calling strategic points, has actually sparked a stern reaction from the militant group. Hezbollah's leader has rejected the plan, noting it would be in direct violation of the ceasefire agreement. One extension has already been granted, and Lebanese parliament speaker is refusing to consider another, noting it's up to the US to enforce Israel's withdrawal from the region. And Israeli residents aren't letting the government forget the hostages who have not returned home, who are still being held. Crowds filled the streets Monday in Jerusalem outside Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's official residence, and also in Tel Aviv, demanding the release of those still held captive by Hamas in Gaza. Families of hostages are concerned that a breakdown of a fragile ceasefire agreement could further delay the return of their loved ones, and they're vowing to continue protesting until all hostages have been released and are back home.
It's been already 500 days that hostages are being held in Gaza. We come here every week in order to support the families, in order to show that we are with them and they have someone to count on to keep pushing and pressing until we have all hostages back.
My best wish is that the second stage of the agreement will happen and will happen soon and will not be spread on many weeks and even months, because these Israelis are starving and dying, and we know that they are dying. And I hope that it will happen and it will happen soon.
Fears are growing among some students from overseas who are currently studying in the United States. That's after a threat from President Trump to deport foreign students who took part in last year's widespread pro-Palestinian demonstrations. CNN's Ellie Reed sat down with some of those students who are being targeted. This is what they had to say.
Okay, so I'm just going to jump right into it with this. To all the resident aliens who joined in the pro-jihadist protests, we put you on notice. Come 2025, we will find you and we will deport you. I will also quickly cancel the student visas of all Hamas sympathizers on college campuses, which have been infested with radicalism like never before. Do you think he's talking about you?
I think he is absolutely and misguidedly talking about me and others, yeah.
President Trump said that in a statement about his executive order to combat anti-Semitism. And do you dispute the characterization that these protests were pro-jihadist?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that the problem with the protests is that everybody wants to talk about the protests, but nobody wants to actually ask the protesters what the protests were about.
Wakeid is a grad student at Cornell and a Canadian. She's among several international students who participated in pro-Palestinian protests on campus. They say opposition to the war in Gaza has been wrongfully portrayed as anti-Semitism, so they fear that the fact that they protested at all is a reason for Trump to target them.
I got a text message. I got pictures of black-clad ICE agents in Ithaca, right? And I got really scared. So I'm there in the class. I had to call someone, basically, and say to them, can you pick me up? Pull up right outside the exit of the building, and I'm going to run inside the car.
There was an ICE raid in Ithaca, and one person was arrested, a 27-year-old Mexican man who pled guilty to third-degree assault charges in New York.
Of course, there's like a fear for many international students right now, but that's the intended effect. With the levels of repression that the universities meted out on their students, it was done in such a way to lull and bring down the protesters. And I think what Trump's trying to do now is a continuation of that kind of policy.
Tal first faced the threat of deportation under the Biden administration. Last October, Cornell students protested a campus career fair where 2 defense contractors were recruiting. Tal and the 2 other students we spoke to were part of that protest. Students pushed through police to enter the fair and banged pots and pans. Cornell has punished several participants.
I received an email promptly saying that I have been suspended. And then I was told effectively that I will have to leave the country by the end of the week.
After a public backlash, Cornell said Tal would be allowed to finish his degree and therefore stay in the U.S., but he was still banned from campus and from teaching his courses. Wakeid and Thomas Johnson signed agreements with Cornell and got written reprimands and deferred suspension. When asked if the school was shutting down debate, a spokesperson referred to a previous statement by Cornell's president saying students were punished because they forced their way past police, so they were not peaceful.
Were you officially accused of anti-Semitism or hate speech?
Absolutely not. No. I know, of course, that Donald Trump's executive order talks about anti-Semitism and hate speech. I think this is been a tactic by governments, by universities as well, to try to shut down legitimate debate about what is going on in Palestine.
What would you say to moderate liberals who are like, yeah, I think Israel went too far, the war went on too long, but you campus protesters, you did it the wrong way, you were too violent, you were too hateful, you went too far?
In this country, we've seen people who wear keffiyehs being shot. We've seen a child being killed in Chicago by his neighbor. So if one talk about political violence, where should we point the hands? Are we pointing the hands at people who say chants and slogans and maybe are a bit too loud in places?
Is it on you as an activist to try to win over more moderate people so you have a critical mass to demand the government to do what you want.
Absolutely. But I think if the images of patients attached to IVs burning alive doesn't move people, then I worry.
I wouldn't say the
I have to order online. Oh, wait, I read that already.
protests were successful. People are still dead. Homes have been ravaged. But I will say, now I'm watching students that would have otherwise never encountered this conversation be forced to think and talk about it.
So what role do the universities have in potentially cooperating with Trump on this order?
If we're talking about a principled university that's actually worth its name, they should be refusing to even so much as indulge the suggestions of the executive order. What Trump is trying to say is universities, all universities, essentially need to help us. They need to report on these activities. And these activities.
The executive order affect your activism going forward? Well, I might not be as quick to pick up a megaphone. I'll put it that way. But I'm still going to be writing. I'm still going to be teaching. I'm still going to be thinking through and encouraging folks to have these conversations. And so, yeah. But I guess it will affect it, at least a little bit.
Ellie Reeve, CNN, Ithaca, New York.
Still to come here on CNN, battling a complex respiratory infection, Pope Francis now expected to stay a while longer in hospital. In a moment, an update on his condition.
Ritz chocolate cake.
You're gonna get sick. You need pumpkin.
I love pumpkin.
It's not food, it's pet insurance. So when you get hurt or sick and you need expensive medicine or surgery,
Pet insurance from Pumpkin can help.
go to pumpkin.care.
There's so much ease with using BetterHelp.
I knew that I wanted to get help immediately. I was going to be able to see a therapist within that same week.
Now I feel so much more confident in expressing myself, and that's been a great gift.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud. Legacy Box is simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com.
There are amazing things that are happening all over the world, things that can make our lives better. That's the goal of my podcast. Try and find the secrets to a longer, happier, and healthier life, and then we bring those secrets to you. Listen to Chasing Life wherever you get your podcasts.
The Vatican has described Pope Francis's condition as stable after doctors extended his stay in hospital to adjust the Holy Father's treatment for a complex respiratory infection. Here's CNN's Christopher Lamb with the very latest reporting from Rome.
Got him.
Vatican providing an update on Pope Francis' health condition at the end of his fourth day here at the Roman Gemelli's Hospital behind me. The Vatican saying in a statement that the Pope is in a stable condition, that he continues to be without a fever and is continuing the prescribed therapy. They also said that he had dedicated his time to some work activities and reading texts. Now, the doctors had told the Pope to have a complete rest, but as we know, Francis... is pretty relentless when it comes to doing his job. But the Pope is battling with a serious respiratory tract infection that is taking a number of different treatments to deal with. The treatment the Pope has had has changed twice. Now, it's unclear how long the Pope will stay in hospital. The Vatican have not given a timetable. It all depends on how he responds to the prescribed therapy. The 88-year-old Pope has been suffering from respiratory problems for a number of days. He's been struggling to speak, and he was hospitalized on Friday. I actually saw him on the day he was hospitalized, and it was clear he was really finding it very difficult to talk because of the breathing difficulties. We're going to have further updates from the Vatican today, and of course, we'll be updating as soon as we hear more information. Christopher Lamb, CNN, Rome.
Google's new names for the Gulf of Water, which is off the southeast American coast and northern coast of Mexico, now the focus of legal complaints, at least potential legal complaints, from Mexico. Last week, Google changed their map to comply with an executive order from President Trump to change the name of Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Internet users in Mexico saw the name stay the same, Gulf of Mexico, the name it's had for hundreds of years. But across the border, and internet users in the US, that same body of water on Google Maps is called Gulf of America. For the rest of the world, both names are used. But Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum is not pleased by Google's efforts to keep all sides happy, saying Google's new description for the US-based users is in fact wrong, arguing that Trump's demand to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America is not legally applicable to the entire body of water. The name change, she says, should only apply to 22 nautical miles off the US coast. That's the continental shelf, which is considered US territorial waters. Mexico is now waiting a response from Google before moving forward with any potential lawsuit to have the name changed again to something else, Gulf of Mexico, America, who knows. Thanks for watching. I'm John Vore. CNN Newsroom continues. My friend and colleague Rosemary Church after a short break. See you back here tomorrow.
provide you with stories from around the globe. We examine big ideas and all the details. Join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Today, only on CNN.
That was another controlled explosion. The most important stories of our time. What they mean to us all. It's vital. I share them with you.
Mm.
Thank you, everyone.
This is Suarez tonight. Today on CNN.
Trading along with a patrol of joint U.S. and Mexican forces. This is a place where the Mexican government is building one of the 25 temporary shelters. Bueno, una Venezuela, ¿cómo nos regresamos? ¿Quién nos va a ayudar? Thousands of migrants are now stuck on the U.S.-Mexico border. How is exactly gonna deal the Mexican government with this upcoming crisis?
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is a 5-time Emmy winner for long-form journalism. CNN's best journalists share deeply reported stories.
I refuse to be labeled a conspiracy theorist.
Am I? That's news to me.
People still have to make a living despite the drought conditions here.
You're taking prenatal vitamins. You also use that.
This week, Microsoft founder Bill Gates joins Anderson Cooper for a special one-on-one about the experiences that shaped him. Sunday on CNN.
I'm Mike Valerio in Seoul, South Korea, and this is CNN.
Why would I use HIMS to have my ED meds delivered to my door? I love pharmacy lines.
Why would I use clinically proven ingredients to regrow my hair through heads? I love wearing hats 24/7. Why would I choose sleep-out treatment before disease? I love selling off my prized possessions.
Why wouldn't they give high-quality care I can trust? I love HIMS.
Get treatment you'll actually love at hims.com.
Once have been my best and kept secret, but now I'm telling everybody. I love luxury at affordable prices. I want to dress down.
Across Africa and beyond. Meet the innovators using technology to confront Africa's wildlife conservation head-on.
How do we blend in as human beings? How do we become part of the landscape and not separate to the landscape?
Inside Africa on CNN in association with Zenith Bank.
This is CNN.
Hello and welcome to our viewers joining us from all around the world and to everyone streaming us on CNN Max. I'm Rosemary Church. Just ahead. Face-to-face, US and Russian officials are set to meet, hoping to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine despite a notable absence. Also,
we hit the ground and we were sideways and then we were upside down, hanging like that.
all 80 people aboard survived the incredible scene in Toronto as investigators try to figure out what happened. Plus, the Pope asks for prayers as he remains in the hospital battling an infection.
Live from Atlanta, this is CNN Newsroom with Rosemary Church.
Good to have you with us. Well, first to the Saudi capital, where any moment now face-to-face talks between Russia and the US will get underway over the conflict in Ukraine. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says the meeting will also aim to end what he calls an abnormal period between two great powers. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has framed the talks as a way of determining whether Russia is serious about ending the fighting. The key players have been sidelined, including Ukraine's leader. President Volodymyr Zelensky will instead be meeting with the Turkish president in the hours ahead to discuss a strategic partnership.
Ukraine perceives any negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine as those with no results. We cannot recognize anything or any agreements about us without us.
Europe has also been left out of the Riyadh meeting. Leaders held emergency talks in Paris focused on ramping up defense spending and on possibly deploying European troops to Ukraine.
A window of opportunity opens because the United States administration is laying the foundations so that conversations that lead to peace begin. Well, we welcome those talks, but we need to remember that this can't be a false closure. We can't repeat the mistakes of the past.
I want to bring in CNN's Frederick Bleiken now. He's live in Moscow. Good to see you, Fred. So, what's expected to come out of these direct negotiations between the United States and Russia?
Yeah, direct, very important negotiations. Obviously, the first time, Rosemary, in a very long time that the U.S. and Russia are meeting directly face-to-face. And I think there's several things that we can already ascertain about these talks. On the one hand, we have heard that they're only going to be going on for today. They do also seem to be very exploratory in nature. Both sides are saying, look, we're trying to feel each other out, see what's positive, what's possible, what is not going to be possible. But there are also some key differences between the two sides. If you look at or listen to, for instance, at Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, he keeps saying the reason why this meeting is happening is because of President Trump's desire to end the Ukraine war as fast as possible. So that definitely seems to be by far the most important item on the agenda for the United States, and sort of see where Russia is at and whether or not something like that is possible. Of course, we have heard from the U.S. president in the past couple of weeks where on the one hand, he was talking about his good relations with Vladimir Putin. He was talking about goodwill that he's seen from the Russians, for instance, in the release of a U.S. Person who was in custody here in Russia, Mark Fogel, on drug charges. But then also he criticized Vladimir Putin as well, saying that he believes Putin is destroying the country and that he needs to end the war as fast as possible. As far as the Russian delegation is concerned, it seems as though their agenda appears to be more broad than that. They keep talking about wanting to normalize relations between Russia and the United States. You already alluded to Sergei Lavrov saying he believes that it's in an unnatural state. And yesterday when the Russians touched down, one of the other chief negotiators, Yuri Ushakov, he told a prominent Russian journalist called Yevgeny Popov that the goal for the Russians is to normalize relations between Russia and the United States. And of course, that for them means diplomatic relations, but also very much means sanctions relief and economic relations as well. And if we look at the makeup of the delegations, the sort of people who are doing the negotiating, on the Russian side, you have Yuri Ushakov, who's a very senior Kremlin aide. You have Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, who, of course, is a very seasoned diplomat. And then you also have Kirill Dmitriev, who's the head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, which seems to show that there is certainly an economic element to all of this as well. But again, right now, both sides are saying all of this very much exploratory. They want to see where they are at this point in time. And of course, because it's the first talks in such a long time, there are a lot of things on the agenda where the two sides are going to really have to get to know each other, get to know each other's positions, and see how far all of this is going to be able to go with.
And Fred, you spoke to Russian Prime Minister Sergei Lavrov recently. What sense did you get from him that Russia is willing to make a deal?
Yes. So a deal on Ukraine, first and foremost, is what we were talking about at that point in time. Of course, that's really what's on the mind of the U.S. president, of Donald Trump. And one of the things the Trump administration has said is that they believe that both sides are going to have to make painful compromises. So we were at a press conference yesterday with Sergei Lavrov, shortly before he then took Riyadh to those negotiations, and asked him what compromises the Russians are willing to make. And here's what he said. Territorial concessions and general compromises is Russia willing to make to achieve such a peace agreement. To see how with people, with Russians, or without people, the only rare earth metals, or what? So that Russians can be destroyed like they are now being destroyed in the Kursk region and in other regions of the Russian Federation. So you see there seemingly a pretty hardline position by the Russian foreign minister, and that's really something that we've been hearing here on the ground in Moscow over the past couple of days, is that these negotiations that are starting right now between the border, but at the same time, they're also saying that they don't want the territory that the Ukrainians hold on the Russian side of the border to be part of the negotiations. They say they are going to take that territory back militarily.
Fred Bleiken joining us live from Moscow. Thanks for that live report. Well, now to Paris and Stephen Erlanger, Chief Diplomatic Correspondent for the New York Times. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Rosemary. Nice to be with you.
Good. So American and Russian officials are now set to meet very soon, in fact, in Saudi Arabia in an effort to find a path to peace in Ukraine. But Europe and Kyiv have been shut out of these talks, and that's why European leaders urgently arranged Monday's meeting in Paris. What all came out of that meeting, and how does Europe feel about what looks like blatant American hostility?
Well, they were quite shocked by the tone of American officials all last week. First in Brussels with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, his first meeting with Europeans, criticizing them sharply and almost threatening to pull American troops out of Europe gradually. Then the Munich Security Conference with Vice President J.D. Vance criticizing them for their democratic failures without pointing to America's own. And then there was just this feeling from Keith Kellogg, Mr. Trump's envoy, one of his envoys for Ukraine, that Europe should have a role. I mean, it should support Ukraine and provide peacekeeping troops eventually, but wouldn't have a seat at the table. Now, Ukraine will certainly have a seat at the table eventually. And I think the U.S.-Russia talks really are to see whether, as your correspondent says, Russia's serious, and to start talking about how such talks should work. So I think it's a little early to say it's going to be done over the head of Ukrainians, but not too early to say it's being done over the head of Europeans. And so this meeting was called by French President Emmanuel Macron, who loves the spotlight, loves to show himself off as Europe's leader, even as he's terribly weakened at home. And he called a collection of some of Europe's largest nations for informal talks about how to respond to the Americans and how to support Ukraine. Now, this created some division inside Europe because countries were left out, and many countries said this should have been done at the European level. A meeting convened by the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, not by Macron, who's a bit of a showboat. But still, the people who attended were serious, and they said there was a good discussion of increased military spending, of the kinds of options they're thinking about in terms of securing Ukraine if a peace deal is ever made. Let's be honest, there's no indication Russia wants one right now. And even thirdly, how best to deal with the Trump challenge and this hostility. So that was an interesting discussion, and I think it was a helpful one.
And as European leaders explore options for putting their own troops on the ground in Ukraine, once a ceasefire is eventually in place, they want to know how much non-troop support they'll get, don't they, from the United States, such as intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities. When might they know this, and how far do you think the US will go in supporting European efforts in Ukraine?
I think it's all very preliminary because, I mean, we don't know what. First, we don't know whether there's going to be a ceasefire or a peace settlement. And if there's a peace settlement, what security guarantees Ukraine will want. Now, Ukraine is nearly 900,000 troops in uniform. So it's not like Europe has to do everything. But I would think it would take at least 40,000 troops, and they don't all have to be European. And in fact, Mr. Putin may not allow European troops. That may be part of a final deal. Who knows? But they could be spread out along Ukraine's very, very long border with Russia. But if they're tested, that's your question too. What would happen? Who would come to reinforce them? Would there be a war? Would America provide important things like airlift, but more artillery, more Patriot missiles? Doesn't have to be American troops on the ground, but air cover is vital. There are things that the American military has and does that the Europeans don't have and have never needed and would take 5 to 10 years to purchase. So it is a very important question, but it's all very preliminary. We don't know whether it ends up being a monitoring force, a peacekeeping force, a tripwire force, or any force at all, to be honest.
Yep, very much at first steps here. Stephen Erlanger, thank you so much for talking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, now to that very frightening plane crash in Toronto that passengers and airport authorities say could have been so much worse. A commuter jet with 80 people on board made a hard landing in windy and snowy conditions, flipped upside down and sheared off at least one wing as part of the plane caught fire. Everyone got out safely. At least 18 people were taken to hospital, although authorities say none of the injuries appear to be life-threatening. One passenger recorded the evacuation on his cell phone.
Everything, drop it. Come on. Don't take it out. That's all good.
Holy. We hit the ground and we were sideways, and then we were upside down, hanging like bats.
The Delta flight, operated by Endeavour Air, was flying from Minneapolis, St. Paul to Toronto. More now from CNN's Paula Newton.
The investigation is already underway in what was an absolutely stunning crash with an equally startling outcome. Everyone survived. That is 76 passengers, 4 crew, all evacuated. There are injuries, but none are life-threatening. At this point in time, the officials at Toronto Airport saying that they really commend their first responders and, of course, the crew and passengers. I do want you to listen now to one of those passengers describing exactly what it was like. Listen.
When we hit, it was just a super hard, like I hit the ground and the plane went sideways, and I believe we skidded like on our side and then flipped over on our back. Where we ended up, there was like a big fireball out this left side of the plane. And when we got finished, it was I was upside down.
Now, survivors did explain that they thought there was a lot of snow and ice on the runway. That'll certainly be something that's looked into in this investigation. And obviously the wind speeds as well. I was at the Toronto airport just an hour before this incident, and it was more snow than I had seen in the airport in many years of going through that location. Crews were working very hard to try and clear the runways of snow. All of this to be sorted out by the Canadian Transportation Safety Board. They are leading this investigation, but working closely, certainly with U.S. officials who are already in Toronto, beginning to try and unravel exactly what happened here. Paula Newton, CNN, New York.
David Susie is a CNN safety analyst and former FAA safety inspector. Appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me, Rosemary.
So far, we know that 18 people were injured after this Delta passenger plane crash landed in Toronto in very windy conditions on a snowy tarmac, flipping upside down, ripping off the wings, then bursting into flames on one side. What do all these details tell you about what went wrong?
Well, what it tells me a lot is, Rosemary, everything that could go wrong went wrong, yet still 80 people survived the accident. And what that tells me is just the preparedness and the attention to safety, everything that happened to make sure that these people were safe happened. And I believe that starts at the top. The CEO of the airport, I wrote down her name, Deborah Flint. She really did the right thing by getting prepared. The equipment was all there. Everything was there and ready for this to happen. And they were there almost instantaneously to put that fire out and save lives.
And what else would you be looking for in this early part of the investigation, and how long might it take, do you think, to determine the cause of this crash?
Well, I think that the determination of the cause could be determined pretty quickly, within a week or two, I believe. But before we have a preliminary report, it usually takes 30 days for that, particularly up in Canada. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board will take that long to put out their preliminary report. But in looking at this, there are a lot of clues that you can see right away. The things I'd be looking at right away are, was it a hard landing? We look at the fact that the landing gear aren't on the aircraft. So are they there, or did they get torn off in the accident, or perhaps they weren't even down at the time? So there's a lot of questions, but I think a quick visual of the aircraft on site would give them a lot of clues as to where this goes.
And how surprised are you that this crash didn't end up worse than it already did?
Well, I'll tell you, it could have been much worse. It gave me flashbacks of an accident in Denver in 1987, which was a DC-9 that flipped over in Denver and had passengers on board. Unfortunately, tragically in that, 25 people did not survive that accident. And I think comparing the two, being in safety all these years and trying to improve safety, it really, having this comparison between the two that are so similar, tells me that the advancements and the things that have been done, like the 16G seats, at making the seats stronger and more secure, that's different in this accident compared to the one that I experienced before. The other one is that the wings on that one in 1987 stayed there and actually destroyed the aircraft and continued to crush the aircraft even after it had flipped over. In this case, the wings broke loose, and that's a good thing. That's by design. When an aircraft goes there, you don't want that wing ripping the fuselage in half. You want to make sure that it breaks away as it's supposed to let that aircraft fully come to a stop, and really saved a lot of lives.
Yeah, that is an interesting point of it. And I did want to ask you why you thought the plane flipped.
I think that has a lot to do with the crosswind. Regardless of whether it was a hard landing or whatever happened, as you land an airplane with a crosswind, and the reports say that there was a 35-knot crosswind, meaning that it was coming at the aircraft from the side. And so what happens there is the aircraft has to approach, craft into that. It has to point into the wind. Even though the runway's here, you're pointing into the wind, and at the last moment, you've got to crank that around so that you're going to land straight, make sure the wheels are straight. And when you do that, that right wing can come up and catch the wind and cause it to roll. So that's one of the reasons that you have to be careful. But if that runway was icy and it landed that way, it made that last minute move, it could then start drifting sideways and cause the aircraft to go over. But that crosswind has a lot to do with what got under the wing and may have caused that aircraft to roll.
And it sounds like you were very impressed with the way Canadian authorities dealt with this. When you look at the video of the evacuation process, how would you describe that?
Oh, I think it was so smooth. You can even see the flight crews and the assistant people that were helping people out. They're smiling at them and reassuring people and helping them off the airplane. I was involved in the certification of the Airbus 380, and we did that as evacuation tests. And in that, we experienced being upside down with that lap belt on. And when you're 6 feet above, looking down at that, it takes a lot of guts to just go ahead and release that belt, because you're going to fall straight down on your head. In my case, I grabbed the side handles thinking that would save me, but the side handle just came up forward like this, and I went straight down on my head. And it's quite an experience. It takes a lot of guts to do it. So it's very, very, I really admire and I'm very proud of how the crews were able to ease the passengers and get them off the plane without taking a bunch of garbage with them, too. I noticed very few people had anything in their hands, which is the way we need to do that.
Yeah, I think I just heard one person being scolded to drop something, but amazing how this ended. David, Susie, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you.
Of course, Rosemary, anytime.
Still to come, Pope Francis is still in hospital in Rome. We will get an update on his condition after short.
Stay tuned to get $100 in free cookware. This extra piece wear fan set and this space mesh set absolutely free. Your cookware is worn and scratched, ready for the trash. But a new set can cost $500 or even $600. Introducing Gotham Steel Free. Brand new ultra-modern cookware at the lowest price ever, direct from the factory. Every piece of this gorgeous set is ultra non-stick. Everything slips and slides in this pan. It's 2 times more non-stick than other pans. And the of the candy pops out with ease. It's engineered with extremely strong titanium and tri-coated with ultra non-stick ceramic, so you can cook healthier without any oil and butter. Then a quick wipe and it's sparkling clean. No more hot spots or burning. Everything is cooked with precision. These pans come with vented glass lids and are oven safe up to 500 degrees. Plus, they're dishwasher safe and PFOA free. Similar high-end sets can sell for more than $600. But call or go online now to own the Gotham Steel Creek 10-piece set. Not for $600, not even for $300, but factory direct for just 5 payments of $49.99. Plus, order today during this show and drop one payment. So it's just 4 payments of $49.99. And it's so durable it comes with our exclusive 10-year warranty. You'll also get the free extra-large square band set. It's the perfect blend of style and functionality. Plus, the large square shape fits an entire family meal. Also get this free knife set. Slice, dice, and chop with precision using our premium coated stainless steel blades. Together, they're a $100 value. Yours free. That's an incredible Gotham Steel Creek 20-piece set. All for just 4 payments of $49.99. Plus, we'll ship you free. Call or go online now. Call 1-800-282-8046 or go to GothamCreamSet.com. Who call 1-800-282-8046. That's 1-800-282-8046 or go to GothamCreamSet.com.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for commuting to work. I already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25 cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25 cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for commuting to work. I already made like $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25 cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25 cent a gallon bonus.
Have you ever considered what might happen if you didn't feel that way about yourself?
For World Sports, I'm Amanda Davis, and this is CNN.
Pope Francis is in stable condition in hospital, according to the Vatican. Doctors have been adjusting his treatment to deal with a complex respiratory infection. CNN's Christopher Lamb has the latest from Rome.
The Vatican providing an update on Pope Francis' health condition at the end of his 4th day here at the Rome Gemelli's Hospital behind me. The Vatican saying in a statement that the Pope is in a stable condition, that he continues to be without a fever and is continuing prescribed therapy. They also said that he has dedicated his time to some work activities and reading texts. Now, the doctors had told the Pope to have a complete rest, but as we know, Francis is pretty relentless when it comes to doing his job. But the Pope is battling with a serious respiratory infection that is taking a number of different treatments to deal with. The treatment has changed twice. Now, it's unclear how long the Pope will stay in hospital. The Vatican have not given a timetable. It all depends on how he responds to the prescribed therapy. The 88-year-old Pope has been suffering from respiratory problems for a number of days, struggling to speak. He was hospitalized on Friday. And still one of the days hospitalized, and it was clear he was really finding it very difficult to talk because of the breathing difficulties. We're going to have further updates from the Vatican today, and of course, we'll be updating as soon as we hear more information. Christopher Lamb, CNN. Rome.
Still to come, families of hostages are vowing to keep up the pressure on Israel's government until their loved ones return home. The latest on the Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal is next.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for reporting made like $200 to $300.
So, I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
These men will know every soldier under their command. No disguise will fool them. Literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for reporting made like $200 to $300.
So, I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
It's chocolate cake. You're gonna get sick.
Anda por aquí. Lo vi hace un rato.
It's not food, it's bad insurance. So when you get hurt or sick and you need expensive medicine or surgery, any surgery from Pumpkin can help. Go to Pumpkin Care.
You have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that aren't rating. Legacy Box professionally converts them into each phone drive and program. Legacy Box is 50 cents. With a size for customers. Visit legacybox.com today and get 50% off.
This is CNN. No people get their news from CNN.
Don't give up on a locked door. Why not ask the guard nicely for the key?
Things that can make our lives better. That's the goal of podcasts. Find the secrets to a longer, happier, healthier life. And then we bring those secrets to you. Listen to Chasing Life wherever you get your podcasts.
It would be rude not to check the safe, I think.
Perhaps. No, it was FDA-approved weight loss injections and shakes. With results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula that hits.
I'm sorry, this CCTV image is a little blurry. Was that a gun made of gold?
Weight loss, confidence, price, see if you fall at road.co/TV.
This has been my best kept secret, but now it's on everybody. I love luxury at affordable prices. I'm not dressed down, but it's still amazing. They have it. If you need jewelry, they have it. I get so many compliments when I'm wearing twins. I feel effortless, and I feel very confident and beautiful. They're definitely a staple in my travel and my everyday outfit. Wearing twins activewear makes me feel stylish, chic, and easy. The whole outfit, one-stop shopping. It's something for purchasing and stuff. It's more than 500 days since the start of the conflict between Israel and Hamas, and Israeli residents are not letting the government forget the hostages who have returned home. Crowds
Crowds filled the streets on Monday in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv with demanding the release of hostages in Gaza. Their families are worried a breakdown of the fragile ceasefire agreement could further delay the return of their loved ones. This comes as a source told CNN Israel is preparing to receive the remains of an unknown number of hostages from Gaza later this week. It will be the first handover of deceased hostages since the ceasefire began, although Israel's military has previously recovered multiple weapons. In Lebanon, the deadline has passed for Israel and Hezbollah to withdraw all their troops from the southern Lebanon per its ceasefire agreement. But Israel's plan to keep limited troops at 5 points in places they're calling strategic points has sparked stern reaction from the militant group. Hezbollah's leader has rejected the plan, noting it would be a direct violation of the ceasefire agreement. One extension has already been granted, and the Lebanese parliament speaker is refusing to consider another, noting that it's up to the US to enforce Israel's withdrawal from the region. In the next 24 hours, the US federal judge is expected to rule on a case challenging Elon Musk's role in the Trump administration. Several states have sued to keep Musk and his Doge team from accessing critical government systems, but the judge is asking for more proof that Musk's firing of federal employees and access to confidential data would cause real harm. CNN's Evan Perez has details.
It was a rare court hearing on President's Day, and Judge Tanya Chutkan appeared, at least at this point, uninclined to grant a temporary restraining order against Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency accessing the data of government workers. One of the things the judge said in front of her before the bench today is that she believes the states that have sued the government don't have enough proof beyond media reports of actual harm coming to those states. I'll read you just a part of what she said from the bench today. She said that the court can't act based on media reports. We can't do that. We can certainly take judicial notice of them, but they can't form the basis, I don't think, of me finding that a temporary restraining order is warranted because of imminent harm. Now, a group of states were pushing for the judge to block Elon Musk's Doge or Department of Government Efficiency from accessing data at the Office of Personnel Management and some of the other government departments across Washington. The judge promised to make a ruling, an official ruling, within 24 hours. But for now, she does not seem inclined to grant that request. Evan Perez, CNN, Washington.
CNN Newsroom continues.
Stay tuned to get $100 in free cookware. This extra deep square fan set and this 6-piece knife set. Absolutely free. Your cookware is warm and fresh. Ready for another way out of the new set can cost $500 or even $600. Introducing Gotham Steel Free. Brand new ultra-modern cookware at our lowest price ever. Direct from the factory. Every piece of this gorgeous set is ultra non-stick. Everything seems and smells in this pan. It's 2 times more non-stick than other pans. And the stick melted candy comes out with ease. It's engineered with extremely strong titanium anti with cold There's always time for some last-minute shopping before takeoff. Then a quick wipe and it's sparkling clean. No more hot spots or burning. Everything is cooked with precision. These pans come with painted glass lids and are oven safe up to 500 degrees. Plus, they're dishwasher safe and PFOA free. Similar high-end sets can sell for more than $600. With call or go online now to own the Gotham Steel Free 10-piece set. Not for $600, not even for $300. With factory direct for just 9 payments of $49.99. Plus, order today during this show and that's not 1 payment. So it's just 4 payments of $49.99. And it's available at our exclusive 10-year warranty. You'll also get the free extra-large square fan set. It's the perfect blend of style and functionality. Plus, the large square shape fits the entire family feel. Also get his free knife set. Slice, dice, and chop with precision using our premium coated stainless steel blades. Together, they're a $100 value yours free. That's an incredible Gotham Steel Free 20-piece set. All for just 4 payments of $49.99. Plus, we'll ship the entire order to you free. Go online now.
2828046. Or go to DrPreset.com. Call 1-800-2828046. That's 1-800-2828046. Or go to DrPreset.com.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy.
You're putting gas in your car anyway, why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download.
Compound is behind us, and they still have no idea what's hit them. We are almost home. Just get out of there. Your GPS should have the location of your extraction point at the main docks.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25 cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25 cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas?
You cannot use, reload it down.
Every time you fill up, start
The cries of the impotent desperate is beautiful.
get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
Attack boats in the water. Be careful.
You're putting gas in your car anyway, why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
If you're looking for me, I have to move this up.
But it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25 cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25 cent a gallon bonus.
Warning! Looks like Mr. Rubio is getting back in his helicopter, just like last time.
Family time for the British Royal of Kensington Palace can get quite busy. On next Monday, Prince and Princess of Wales shared portraits drawn by Princess Catherine herself and their three children, George, Charlotte, and Louis. Their uncles are of each other. In the post, the royals highlighted both the love connection, the drawing portraits with children to bring, as well as lots of fun. Earlier this month, Princess Kate inaugurated a new exhibit at London's National Portrait Gallery that encourages children to draw self-portraits. Thanks for joining us. I'm Vidya. World Sport is coming up next and we're wrapping up their witnessing portraits.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop getting money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not.
Got him.
Free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway, why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for fusion. Already made like $200 to $300.
So, I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25 cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25 cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway, why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for fusion. Already made like $200 to $300.
So, I thought it was too good to be true,
legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus.
What are you yelling for? I ate a toy. Turns out what goes in doesn't always come out.
Why wait for more surprises? Get 90% cash back on eligible debt bills for accidents and illnesses with a pumpkin insurance plan. Visit pumpkin.care.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud. Legacy Box, simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com.
I've seen enemy in believed to have been targeting internet and power cables. This is the sharp end of the mission, protecting our internet, carrying $10 trillion of international trade. NATO's mission, Baltic Century, is a rapid response to a new threat. This just gives you an idea of how hard this operation is. Commanders at sea increasingly confident.
That's quite clear.
I'm Paula Bozzi in London and this is Canada.
We stand at a crossroads of our environment. Mental protections. Ready to assure people we are equal and healthy climate-based service. And ready to stand up to powerful interests and policy in the halls of government and our communities. At SCLC, we've been here before. We know how to do it, and we're ready to navigate the charge of that.
One sec, just gotta get real quick. Him's him too. Him's already did. Always was for me. Him's
This week, Microsoft founder Bill Gates joins Anderson Cooper for a special one-on-one about the experiences that shaped him. Sunday on CNN.
I'm not Clifford. This is CNN.
The one and only. Got pretty much everything in here. Need any more? Yup. Gotta load up before you head out. If you saw where we were from, you know how far Franklin made it. Me too, shit. Just a different route.
Over the weekend, defending champs Real Madrid and their state debut rivals Atletico both dropping points, meaning the door was ajar for anti-mixed Barcelona, so dominant at the start of the season to take top spot on goal difference. The Catalan Giants hosting Rayo Vallecano on Monday night. This match was goalless until 27. After awarded a penalty after two players tangling in the box, the Diego check decides penalty. For the hosts, and here is why. Top La Liga, we can see it's now Barca and Real Madrid level on 51 points. At the summit, the Catalans leading the way on goal difference only at the moment. A reminder of Blancos drawing 1-1 at Osasuna over the weekend, while Atleti, they were held to a 1-1 draw at home to Celta Vigo. Well, we've been following the prestigious Four Nations Face-Off tournament featuring 4
of the top ice hockey playing countries in the world. The host, the USA, have already qualified for the final of the event, which is organized by the NHL. Monday was a holiday here in the US, so a crucial Canada-Finland match taking place earlier in the day. And it was the Canadians who would clinch a berth, holding off a late finish challenge to win 5-3 in the end. So we get a rematch of Saturday's game where the USA beat Canada with a whole slew of in-game fighting as well. That final Thursday night will be a big one on so many levels. The curtain is officially down now on this year's NBA All-Star Weekend in California. These past few days in San Francisco, bringing us much entertainment, plenty of history as well along the way in the slam dunk contest especially. It also brought us some change and innovation too in the All-Star game itself. So how did it all go down? How was it perceived? Our Andy Scholl is right there for us in the Golden State.
Well, for the very first time, the NBA All-Star Game was a mini tournament, and let's just say it delivered mixed reviews. Now, the night started with Charles Barkley's Global Stars taking down Kenny Smith's youngsters 41-32. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the way with 12 points. And during the intermission, Mr. Beast came out, and he offered this kid $100,000 if he could make one deep three before Damian Lillard made 3 of them. Wasn't looking good after Dame made 2, but then the kid banked it in. Shaq and all the mascots ran to him to celebrate. Certainly was a fun moment. And then it was time for Shaq's OG squad to take on the Rising Stars winners from Friday. Now, LeBron's sitting out with an injured ankle. It's the first All-Star game he's missed in 20 years. Now, the Rising Stars battled, made it close, but in the end, it was Dame time as Lillard made the game-winning 3. So it was Shaq's OGs taking on Chuck's Global Stars in the finals. And this one was a rout. Jason Tatum poured in 15 for Shaq's squad. Steph Curry, he scored 20 across both games, and he was named the All-Star MVP as Shaq's OGs were victorious.
It's just a celebration of a lot of great things happening in basketball. To be playing with these guys for as long as we have, it's obviously our responsibility to come out and put on a show, and I thank them for helping me do that in Golden State because. A lot of histories happen out here, but the competition and the camaraderie and the legacies that we all create is what it's all about. So I'm happy to be a part of that celebration.
Now, the games did have a more competitive feel to them compared to the last few years, but the new format did receive mixed reviews from the players.
I wasn't mad at it. I think, like I said, I'm more of a fan of the just straight up East versus West. 2 halves of basketball, and then that's it.
I thought it was great. I thought the competition was definitely upped, and I think that we did a great job giving the fans a show. I hope the fans appreciate it.
It is a work in progress. I think East and West is my preferred thing, but it's all about trying to make the experience better for the fans.
I didn't like it at all. To be honest with you, I don't know what the fans' reaction is yet and things like that, but I think it's too many breaks. You know what I'm saying? It's too long of a breaks, and guys are over there ready to play and stuff like that. I thought it was very competitive at the beginning, but then as the games kept going on, I think it was just too long of breaks for sure.
And we'll wait and see if they continue with this mini tournament format in the future or possibly switch to the USA versus the world, which has become a very popular idea and is used by other professionals. At the 74th All-Star Game in San Francisco, Andy Scholl.
Andy, we thank you as the curtain falls on this year's NBA All-Star Weekend in California. Speaking of the Golden State, our Swedish golf star Rudy Gobert recorded his biggest win on the PGA Tour, made a whole celebration along the way. Stay with us. There's so much ease. That the United States would defend home. I think that's it. An Israeli father of 4 drove directly into danger.
Is that Meriwether see on the radar? Perfect. It could lead you to them. Stay with it. Acquiring all new weapons and tools, it is labor-intensive, Captain. But it is the only way for professionals such as us.
Can you achieve what you're trying to achieve?
And when you offend a man such as Mr.
Israel tonight about the Gazans leaving. Exactly are you suggesting that they should go? Political coverage and
You know, I once worked alongside American private security company. It was after this I swore
Well, welcome back to head to San Diego now, where Swedish golf star Ludvig Åberg has recorded his biggest career win after a sensational finish against his invitation. And with this tournament moved from LA, used this safe stuff. 25-year-old who went to Texas Tech University here in the US, starting off his final round. Three silver pace when he produced a finish and playing scoring five, birdie four of his last 6 holes. Round of 66 to beat Maverick nearly by 1. He's been a pro player for less than 2 years, and his second tour victory now propelling him to 4th in the world ranking. What a story, what a career so far. Åberg handed the trophy, look at this, by tournament host Tiger Woods, no less.
It was awesome. It was a great fight. Obviously, the golf course is tough, but I felt like I was in control of the ball flight all day, and really proud of the way that I finished. It was really cool. It's so much fun coming down the last couple trying to win a tournament. It really is a special feeling, and I'm proud of the way that I fought today.
Special moment, and hole in one as well. Wow, fundraising. That's wildfire. Great story. All right, Serbian great Novak Djokovic has broken his silence on the biggest talker in tennis right now, the 3-month suspension that was handed out over the weekend to top-ranked Jannik Sinner. Now, Saturday we reported Italy's now 3-time Grand Slam champ has accepted the ban in order to settle a case which has been lingering over the sport for literally months now, after Sinner twice last year tested positive for a banned substance, according to the World Anti-Doping Agency. Sinner's ban will end on May the 4th, meaning he will be able to play in the French Open in Paris. The British tennis player Liam Brody reacting to news like this. I was speaking to some people earlier. They said it's like the Premier League football is in fact over this. It's a difficult one. I think that's Djokovic himself not holding back.
It's not a good image for our sport, that's for sure. There's a consensus, or I would say a majority of the players that I've talked to in the locker room, not just in the last few days, but also last few months, that are not happy with the way football is handled. Right now, it's a ripe time for us to really address the system, because the system and the structure obviously doesn't work of anti-doping. It's obvious.
And Novak Djokovic speaking out there. Right. Meantime, a winning debut it was for tennis superstar Carlos Alcaraz in Doha on Monday. The 4-time Grand Slam champ just too good for his Croatian opponent Marin Cilic. Carlitos advancing to round 2 in straights, but it's who the young Spaniard was then facing after that win that really did catch her. Right, taking on NBA great Jimmy Butler, no less. Butler just loves the sport of tennis, and he shows he's really skilled at it too. Look how he dispatches that nice overhead smash, to which Alcaraz had simply no answer at all. The 35-year-old, he's a 6-time NBA All-Star and an Olympic gold medalist too, recently making the high-profile move from the Miami Heat to the Golden State Warriors. Now, in Florida on Sunday, we got a back-to-back winner, this at the Daytona 500, but William Byron's checkered.
When I'm wearing Quince, I feel effortless and I feel very confident and beautiful. They're definitely a staple in my travel and my everyday outfit. Wearing Quince activewear makes me feel stylish, chic, and at ease. The whole thing, one-stop shop. I'm a fan. It's $20 at your first purchase at Quince.com.
I'm happy to go in Havana, Cuba, and this is CNN.
Hello and welcome to our viewers joining us from all over the world and everyone streaming us on CNN Max. I'm Rosemary Church. Good to hear you. Face-to-face, US and Russian officials meet, hoping to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine, despite a notable absence. Also,
we hit the ground and we were sideways, and then we were upside down, hanging like that.
all 18 people aboard survived the incredible scene in Toronto as investigators try to figure out what happened. Plus, the Pope asks for prayers as he remains in the hospital battling an infection.
So, this is true. With Rosemary Jones.
And we go first to the Saudi capital, where the US and Russia are now holding face-to-face talks over the conflict in Ukraine. The delegations gathered just a short time ago. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says the meeting will also the talks as a way of determining whether Russia is serious about ending the fighting. The key players have been sidelined, including Ukraine's leader. President Volodymyr Zelensky will instead be meeting with the Turkish president in the hours ahead to discuss a strategic partnership.
Ukraine perceives any negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine as those from no resource. We cannot recognize anything or any agreements without us.
Europe has also been left out of the Riyadh meeting. Leaders held emergency talks in Paris focused on ramping up defense spending and on possibly deploying European troops to Ukraine.
A window of opportunity opens because the United States administration is laying the foundations so that conversations that lead to peace begin. Well, we welcome those talks, but we need to remember that this can't be a forced closure. We can't repeat the mistakes of the past.
CNN's Claire Sebastian is standing by in London, but we begin with our Frederick Plyken, who joins us live from Moscow. Good morning to you, Fred. So, what's expected to come out of these direct negotiations between the United States and Russia? And is Moscow serious about making a Ukraine peace deal?
Well, that's certainly something that I think is still in the very early stages. We can see that meeting, as you mentioned, is now underway. We'll also see in that room that the Saudis are playing a very important mediating role as well. So just from that vantage point, this meeting obviously a very important and a very historic one. It was quite interesting because on Russian state TV, after that meeting happened, one of the negotiators, Kirill Dmitriev, who's of course the head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, he spoke to Russian media and he made clear that, look, this is more an exploratory meeting than anything else. The Russians right now believe that the Trump administration is out to understand Russia's point of view, to speak with Russia, to communicate with Russia, which is something that obviously they felt they hadn't gotten from the Biden administration for various reasons, of course. But he also said, look, right now we're trying to feel each other out. We're looking to see what's possible, what is not possible. But then when you look at some of the rhetoric, Rosemary, that we've heard from both sides ahead of this meeting, the U.S. has been very clear that for them, the key issue is ending the war in Ukraine. It's something that Secretary of State Rubio said that it was President Trump's desire to end.
It's okay, I will fix it.
Howard.
seen TV. Knock, knock, Mr. Rubio. Guess who is back again? The drainage pipe is dead ahead. You are a good swimmer. The maintenance room is not far. Back in the side saddle, huh, Capitan? You know, I think Mr. Rubio is best thing that ever happened to us. And we are worst thing ever happened to him, huh? Well, judging from the lack of terrified screams, I will assume you made it through the uncharted tunnel and into the den of strung-out militiamen. Good. Things are going according to plan, huh? Now, let's see what he has for us in the vault this time. Watch out for the Mr. Rubio's personal bodyguards. They patrol this area. They will know every soldier on the island. Them you cannot fool, no matter what you are wearing. Was that a shotgun I saw on camera? Well, if anyone is going to have a shotgun worth stealing, it is this man.
¿Felipe le dio las llaves? No. ¿Me las tenía que dar? Lo vi hace poco. Sí. Seguro se lo olvidó a ese pendejo.
¡Hijo de puta!
turbine. I knew you'd be fine. How likely is it I have two operations in the same way, huh? Now, we'll look for the vault. Maybe start in the central building. You're in the area where Mr. Rubio's personal bodyguards operate. These men will know every soldier under their command. No disguise will fool them. Was that a shotgun I saw on camera? Well, if anyone is going to have a shotgun worth stealing, it is this man.
¿Oíste, Esteban? Tiene las llaves. Sí, anda por aquí. Lo vi hace un rato.
You find a locked door. In my experience, you can also find the key. Good thinking. Always check the safe. I'm sorry, the CCTV image is a little blurry. Was that a gun made of gold?
Beyonce can get cheated on. Anybody can.
Now, let us just hope he has not changed the combination. So, the bonds are there. Well, you would have thought Mr. Rubio would learn not to trust his safe, huh? Bad news. They have sealed the drainage pipe. You will need to look for another way out of there. Heads up. Fresh guards inbound. Just because you are fleeing the crime scene of the century does not mean... Perfect. We are out of the compound, and judging by their radio chatter, they have no idea they've been hit. Now get off that island! The coordinates for your extraction point at the airstrip should be with you now. The cries of the impotent desperate is beautiful, no?
One and only. All right, let's talk. That'll line them up. Hey, you know I grew up a couple blocks over from Franklin. Ain't such a small world, though. When I heard about this job, I pulled every string I had.
GPS locked. I have your position. I will also access compound CCTV to see you when you are there. Knock knock, Mr. Rubio. Guess who is back again? The drainage pipe is dead again. Alright, see you in maintenance room.
Recovered multiple bodies. And in Lebanon, the deadline has passed for Israel and Hezbollah to withdraw all their troops, Israel's military, of an ceasefire agreement could further delay the return of their loved ones. This, as a source told CNN, Israel is preparing to receive the remains of an unknown number of hostages from Gaza later this week. It will be the first handover of deceased hostages since the ceasefire began, although Israel's military has previously recovered multiple bodies. And in Lebanon, the deadline has passed for Israel and Hezbollah to withdraw all their troops from southern Lebanon as required by a ceasefire agreement. Paula Hancock joins me now from Abu Dhabi with more on this. So, Paula, where do things stand with this deadline right now? Well, Rosemary, the Israeli military was supposed to withdraw completely from southern Lebanon by today, February 18th. It has already been pushed back once by the Israeli military. And once again, they are saying that they are going to stay with some troops in this area. There's 5 outposts that they have said they will be remaining in. These are outposts that have a decent lookout over northern Israeli communities. Now, the military is saying they're doing this to protect those communities because they're accusing the government of not having adequately deployed the Lebanese army into these areas. This was the deal with this the ceasefire. Hezbollah and Israel were supposed to withdraw from this area, and the Lebanese army was supposed to fill that vacuum. The Lebanese army rejects Israel's accusations that it's simply not in these areas in time. But what it means at this point is that the Lebanese government has not accepted this extension of the deadline. We've heard from Nabi Berri, for example, the Speaker of the Parliament in Lebanon, saying that it's up to the Americans now to impose this withdrawal on the Israelis, and that Israelis will practice freedom of movement and aggression in Lebanon, and this is unacceptable. That's a direct quote from the Speaker. Now, what the plan was, if there were going to be these hurdles, which were expected in this implementation of the ceasefire, there is a group in Cairo which is made up of US officials, UN, and Egyptian officials, and they are supposed to be the ones that will mediate any disagreements between the two sides. So really, it now rests to them. But what we have also seen is that on a near daily basis in southern Israel, the Israeli military has been destroying certain buildings. They say that it is Hezbollah infrastructure, and we have seen that some towns in southern Lebanon are effectively in ruins now. So at this point, the Israelis have not explicitly said whether or not they have agreement from the Lebanese side, but it does appear that this will be up to that monitoring units which was set up as part of this ceasefire to ensure that this ceasefire does continue. Rosemary? Paula Hancock's joining us live from Abu Dhabi with that report. Many thanks. Well, fear is growing among student protesters here in America. President Donald Trump is threatening to deport foreign students who took part in last year's pro-Palestinian demonstrations. CNN's El Reeve sat down with some of the students being targeted. Take a listen to their reactions.
Okay, so I'm just going to jump right into it with this. To all the resident aliens who joined in the pro-jihadist protests, we put you on notice. Come 2025, we will find you and we will deport you. I will also quickly cancel the student visas of all Hamas sympathizers on college campuses, which have been infested with radicalism like never before. Are you talking about it?
I think he is absolutely and misguidedly talking about me and others, yeah.
President Trump said that in a statement about his executive order to combat anti-Semitism. And do you dispute the characterization that these protests were pro-jihad?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that the problem with the protests is that everybody wants to talk about the protests, but nobody wants to actually ask the protesters what the protests were about.
Wakeid is a grad student at Cornell and a Canadian. She's among several international students who participated in pro-Palestinian protests. They say opposition to the war in Gaza has been wrongfully portrayed as anti-Semitism, so they fear that the fact that they protested at all is a reason for Trump to target them.
I got text messages, I got pictures of black flag ICE agents in Ithaca, right? And I got really scared. So I'm there in the class, I had to call someone basically. I would say to them, can you pick me up, pull up right outside the exit of the building, and I'm going to run inside the car.
There was an ICE raid in Ithaca, and one person was arrested, a 27-year-old Mexican man who pled guilty to third-degree assault charges in New York.
Of course, there's like a fear of many Africans right now, but that's the intended effect. With the levels of repression that the university leaked out on their students, it was done in such a way to lull and bring down the protest. And I think what Trump's trying to do now is a continuation of that kind of thing.
Toffers faced the threat of deportation under the Biden administration. Last October, Cornell students protested at campus career fair where 2 defense contractors were recruiting. Tal and the 2 other students we spoke to were part of that protest. Students pushed through police to enter the fair and banged pots and pans. Cornell has punished several participants.
I received an email promptly saying that I have been suspended. And then I was told effectively that I would have to leave the country by the end of the week.
After a public backlash, Cornell said Tal would be allowed to finish his degree and therefore stay in the U.S., but he was still banned from campus and from teaching his courses. Wakeid and Thomas Johnson signed agreements with Cornell and got written reprimands and deferred suspension. When asked if the school was shutting down debate, a spokesperson referred to a previous statement by Cornell's president, saying students were punished because they forced their way past police, so they were not peaceful.
Were you officially accused of anti-Semitism or hate speech?
Absolutely not. No. I know, of course, that Donald Trump's executive order talks about anti-Semitism. I think this is the tactic by governments, by universities as well, to try and shut down legitimate debate about what is going on in Palestine.
What would you say to moderate liberals who are like, yeah, I think Israel went too far, the war went on too long, but you campus protesters, you did it the wrong way, you're too violent, you're too hateful, you went too far?
In this country, you've seen people who wear keffiyehs being shot. You've seen a child being killed in Chicago. By his neighbor. So if one talk about political violence, where should we point the hands? Are we pointing the hands at people who say chants and slogans and maybe are a bit too loud in places?
Is it on you as an activist to try to win over more moderate people so you have a critical mass to demand the government to do what you want?
Absolutely. But I think if the images of patients attached to IVs burning alive doesn't move people, then I worry.
I wouldn't say the protests were successful. People are still dead. Homes have been ravaged. But I will say now I'm watching students that would have otherwise never encountered this conversation be forced to think and talk about it.
So what role do the universities have in potentially cooperating with Trump on this order?
If we're talking about a principled university that's actually worth its name, they should be refusing to even so much as indulge the suggestions of the executive order. What Trump is trying to say is universities, all universities, essentially need to help us. They need to report on these activities. And there's absolutely no reason for the universities to do that.
When asked about the executive order, Cornell said it continues to evaluate how the order will affect its community. As more concrete information becomes available, it'll provide guidance. Will the executive order affect your activism going forward?
Well, I might not be as quick to pick up a megaphone. I'll put it that way. But I'm still going to be writing. I'm still going to be teaching. I'm still going to be thinking through and encouraging folks to have these conversations. And so, yeah. But I guess it will affect it, at least a little bit.
Kelly Reed, CNN, Ithaca, New York.
Still to come, Pope Francis is recovering from bronchitis at a hospital in Rome. We will have a live report on how he's doing as after short statements.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You putting gas in your car anyway? Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for Canadian Preferred. Already made $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25 cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25 cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You putting gas in your car anyway? Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for Canadian Preferred. Already made $200 to $300.
So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25 cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25 cent a gallon bonus.
This whole island is littered with landmines. A year ago when we were here in Pyongyang, you couldn't turn a corner without seeing anti-American propaganda. Do you have faith that the United States would defend Taiwan?
I do have faith.
We are underneath a giant tent with thousands of people outside Delhi.
I've never been anywhere like this before. An Israeli father of 4 drove directly into danger. I'm Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN.
Pope Francis is in stable condition in hospital, according to the Vatican. We are seeing live pictures outside the Gemelli Hospital in Rome, where the pontiff is recuperating. Doctors have been adjusting his treatment to deal with a complex respiratory infection. The Pope was admitted on Friday after having difficulty breathing. His treatment is ongoing, and it's not yet known how long the pontiff will remain in hospital. For the latest, I'm joined live now by Barbie Lazzanado, who's outside the hospital in Rome. So, Barbie, what more are you learning about the Pope's infection and, of course, his current condition?
Yeah, we heard the last update last night and that he was in stable condition, but it's a very complicated clinical picture. Now, what that means, of course, all sorts of factors. So issues, largely uses a wheelchair to get around. He is missing part of his lung. He had an infection when he was a young man. All of these things are very much complicate the situation for doctors and for his own recovery. We also know that they've changed course now 3 times when treating this respiratory infection. When he was out, before he came into the hospital, he was on one course. When he got here on Friday, they tried an antibiotic treatment, we were told. And then yesterday, they changed course once again to try to get a hold and a handle on this. We haven't seen any images of the Pope during his time here. And, they're really not telling us how long he might stay. And it's of great concern, obviously, not just to Catholics, but to everyone, a person this age so desperately unwell, Rosemary.
Yes, absolutely. And as you mentioned, with just one lung, that makes it even more of a concern. And the Vatican is describing the Pope's infection as complex. What does that mean exactly? And how much concern is there about just how sick the Pope might be?
Well, one of the things obviously we don't know is we haven't heard directly from the Pope's doctors. But usually when an infection like this, the way they've described it, there are many factors involved in what's causing the infection. So it could have been a viral infection and a bacterial infection. One of the big factors, though, is this Pope just won't stop. He was trying to give a mass outdoors just a little bit over a week ago. It's not, that cold in Rome, but it's certainly chilly for a man who's unwell. He had bronchitis then. He had this lung infection, this respiratory infection at that time as well. He had to stop giving his prayer and his speech and ask someone else to continue for him. He's had a difficult time breathing, a difficult time speaking, but we have not heard directly from his doctors yet. We don't know if that's something that we can expect. The Vatican's, very, very cautious in giving their information out there. It's very, very succinct, curated, one might say, in terms of what they're telling everyone, not to get people to be over worried, I suppose, but yet at the same time, we don't necessarily have all the available information, Rosemary.
And we're all wishing for a speedy recovery. Barbie Lanza Nader, many thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. And CNN Newsroom continues after a short break.
Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not talking about Upside. It's a free app that literally gives you cash every time you get gas.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I just got cash back for changing the car. Already made like $200 to $300. So I thought it was too good to be true, but it's legit. I'm getting cash back every time I fill up my tank with Upside.
Download the free Upside app now to get cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ACE for an extra 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code ACE for a 25-cent a gallon bonus. Are you still paying full price for gas? Stop leaving money behind every time you fill up. Start earning real cash back. Download the free Upside app to get cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. It's that easy.
I don't understand how more people are not.
Hello there. Bide your time, Pavel.
You're putting gas in your...
Degrees, then... No, no, no.
So what you looking for? Take your time. You own the place after all.
Like 7, 8 Central Time.
How are your things? Hello there. You get used to it down here, yes? I do not even smell the smell anymore. Ugh, I need to flush the tank.
hello to the sunshine for me. It has been a long time.
All right, y'all. I'm going to bed. It is way past my bedtime. Lord Jesus. Y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Well, today.